Alrighty, Mr. Chairman, you are good to go.
All right, thank you, Ashley. We'll call this meeting to order, the second day of our recalibration meeting. Appreciate everyone being here this morning, and we'll get started with the roll call.
Mr. Chairman, for the Select Committee on School Finance Recalibration, June 18th, 2025, Senator Beitman. Senator Brennan.
Excused?
Senator McEwen.
Here.
Senator Rothfuss. Senator Schuler. Representative Andrew.
Here.
Representative Bear.
Here.
Representative Kelly.
Here.
Representative Nyman.
Here.
Representative Yin.
Here.
Co-Chairman Salazar.
Here.
And Co-Chairman Heiner.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Ashley. Ladies and gentlemen, appreciate you being here. We are going to change up our agenda just a little bit today. As you see from the agenda, this is more of a listening session than anything else. We're here to gather public comment. And we recognize recalibration is a heavy lift. It has vast implications for the state, for the citizens of Wyoming, for our school districts, and especially for our children and future generations, for the next 5 years especially. So we're taking this very seriously, and that's why we've designed our agenda for this meeting to be more of a listening session. We want to hear from you. We want to find out what's important. We want to find out what direction we need to go on. As you fly in an airplane, if you're off course by 1 degree or change the course by 1 degree at the beginning of the flight, it can make a big difference when you reach your destination. And so that's why we want to tweak it a little bit here early on so we know in future meetings which direction we want to head as we continue to discuss recalibration. We need to chart our course a little bit better, and that starts with public comments in this meeting. So what we're going to do today, we're going to bring Dr. Pikus and Mr. Griffith back to the stand. We're going to finish up with some of the discussion that we started yesterday. After that, Mr. Brian Farmer is going to come up, and we've had some discussion about insurance and liability, and we're going to delve into that a little bit more. We're going to flesh that a little bit more than what we did yesterday, because it's something that we had not planned for, but that came up in our discussion yesterday, and we feel like we need to have a little bit more in-depth discussion about that. And then after that, we're going to have public comment, and I encourage all y'all to bring your comments to the table. I know through the PJP process, you're having a conversation with Dr. Pikus and his staff, but this committee needs to hear some of those things that you have to say. We would love to hear that, because we want to do what's going to be best for everybody. We're looking for a win-win solution, and to do that, we need to hear what is important in your eyes. So we're going to spend the rest of the day talking about your concerns, public comment. After we wrap that up, we're going to have an executive session with our consultants and LSO staff before we wrap this up tonight. So that's our plan so far, and it's subject to change throughout the day. So Dr. Pikus, if you wouldn't mind, you and Mr. Griffith. Oh, and by the way, please silence your cell phones if you have not done so already. Unless you have the Jeopardy song title, we love to hear that one.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair and members of the committee. My phone would play Hawaii 5-0, so I tried to stop that from happening. I think that's just the place I really always like to go is Hawaii. So, but I love being here, and it's a beautiful day. So, thank you for arranging the great weather for us again while we're here.
Dr. Pikus, would you mind introducing yourself once again for the people online?
Be happy to. I'm Larry Pikus. I'm one of the principals of Pikus Odden and Associates, and our firm is conducting the recalibration for 2025. And my colleague, Mike Griffith, is one of the consultants who works with us on this. You asked us to talk about several issues that came up during the meeting yesterday. I'll talk about student activities and some data. Mr. Wilmarth was able to put together for us, so I want to give credit where credit's due there. And Mike has some information on some of the other issues and comparisons you asked for, and what he's able to do to get those. I don't think we have those information today, but we'll be able to get for you. So one of the questions was, how big a portion of school funding are student activities? And Matt was kind enough to dig through that during the meet at some point yesterday, and he gave me data, actual expenditures for 23-24 school year, and estimates for the current school year, which is 25-26. And there's two components to student activity funding, or to the student activity funding. One is the reimbursement through the transportation reimbursements, and the other is the block grant allocation that through the model. And in 23-24, transportation reimbursement was $10.7 million, and the block grant allocation was just under $38 million, for a total of almost 47, it rounds up to $49 million, 48.669. That's the transportation reimbursement with that year was 0.2% of the total estimated funding for the year of $1.59 billion. The block grant allocation was 2.4%, just under 2.4%. So the total was just over 3% of total school district expenditures, or I assume it's actually revenues. Estimated for the current year, it's 10.9 million for the reimbursement or transportation, estimated 47 million in the block grant allocation. So that comes up to 57.9 million, and the percentage for the transportation reimbursement drops to 0.6%, so a little bit less. It's 2.63% for the block grant allocation, and the total is 3.24% of revenues. Matt was also kind enough to provide a table that shows the percent by year that I think includes, is it both the transportation and the, okay, it's the transportation and the block grant allocation, and it's ranged from a low of about 2.9% of total to 3.12. So it's gone up just a little bit for the based on the estimate for 25-26, but it's ranged from 2.9 to 3.2% between 2008 and now. So it's a relatively small portion of the total, but not an insignificant amount of money as in the total as well. Hopefully that answers the question, and obviously we're at your request and as our intent, and as we heard in the professional judgment panels, we will take another look at student activities and see if there's a way to generate a model that provides an alternative way to consider looking at it that may or may not be better once we've tried to figure it out. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mike, who's got several other issues that you asked about yesterday.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Mike Griffith, school finance consultant for those at home. We were asked several different questions for comparisons for other states. So I tried to keep a list of what you all asked. If there's anything I missed, please let me know. And we can try to put that together for you. One of them was, as Dr. Pikus just talked about, what are student activity spending and funding in other states? So we'll try to put that together for you to at least show you some examples of other places. That one might be a little more difficult because most states don't provide a specific funding source for student activities that comes out of the general fund. And they're not necessarily required to report student activity expenditures, but from those states that we can find, we'll put that together for you. We were asked a lot of questions about extended learning and summer learning programs, so we'll put together something that shows you, I know there are 50 state summaries of all of these programs, both what the programs are, what the mandates are on school districts, and then what the funding streams provided by the state. So you can get a sample of that. The same with professional development. We were asked about the number of days of professional development and what are some of the spending issues and special professional development for teachers. We can put that together for you. Again, I think I have that in all 50 states. Looking at state insurance, specifically for facilities, are there states that have facility funding, a pool for the entire state or for regions? I'm not too sure that exists, but we'll see if there's any state that has that, and if so, we'll make sure you have those examples. And then the same is true for health insurance. There were some questions about pooling health insurance or having a state-level health insurance program. I know there are some states that do that, so we'll put together some examples for you all that you can take a look at that and see. I'm going to try to make sure for all of these different points that we at least have it for comparable states. And when I have comparable states for you all, it would be Idaho, Montana, Colorado, and Utah, western states that are physically large, and with the exception of Colorado, tend to be smaller populations, especially in rural areas. But also I'll take a look at Nebraska, Kansas, Oregon, and Washington, which are bigger states, not necessarily fully comparable to you all. But then whenever possible, I will do all 50. And so I'd ask Mr. Chair and members of the commission, is there anything I missed that you would like a summary of, or different topics that we could take a look at for you to show you state examples or what the research shows?
Committee? President Beitman, please.
There we go. I would just say, a comparable state would be North Dakota. We derive a lot of our money from mineral extraction. North Dakota is primarily a rural state, so they would be pretty close to Wyoming.
Okay.
So, thanks.
Speaker Nyman?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Alaska, too, with a state that also generates revenue through property taxes as opposed to an income tax. I do have a curiosity question. I would like to know more information in regards to what we're actually paying in insurance premiums for the districts, and what we're actually, what we're paying out. I mean, what kind of calls or claims have we had statewide through districts in comparison? Some good information about really what we're paying in premiums total and what we're actually getting back. And that would lead me to the conversation of whether or not we could look at a long-term solution to maybe self-insurance through the state or something like that. Or, I mean, we spend a lot of premiums and we're not paying out a lot. It would be very intriguing to find out what we actually are giving away to other companies, but maybe we should be keeping that in-house. I don't know, just something to consider.
Mr. Griffith, any comments on that?
No, Mr. Chair and Representative, I'll take a look at that, and I think Matt and his team can help with that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just want to make sure you're, Representative Nyman, you're focusing on the liability insurance for buildings, or are you talking about health insurance as well?
Mr. Chair. No, I would be like liability insurance on buildings, facilities, what districts are actually spending for insurance and what those premiums are and what we're actually, what claims have been placed and what we've been actually getting back and what it's been costing us. And what we could maybe look at some novel ways of reevaluating that and what we do. So.
You bet, Mr. Chairman.
Matt, it seems like every district has an umbrella liability insurance, and maybe that could be pooled together in some fashion or form. Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Griffith, I think one thing, you mentioned that other states pull from their general fund for student activities. I'm curious how other states handle homeschool students and where that cost sharing happens, whether it's the families or the school districts or the state.
Mr. Griffith?
Mr. Chair, Representative, we can find that for you. Just so I'm sure I understand the question, when you talk about homeschool students, you mean for the cost of their education, or because there was a conversation yesterday about homeschool students participating in school activities like after-school activities or sports?
So, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
It is, my question is specifically about school activities. So homeschool students who are not students in the district, but want to participate in school activities.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the committee? Any other directives for Dr. Pikus and Mr. Griffith? Dr. Pikus, any other topics you want to round out?
I'm not sure that I do. I know we did a little speed reading through some of the slides yesterday. I think if I were to on reflection, give an overall summary of what we heard and what we saw in the 8 professional judgment panels. Is first, we did a study in Colorado last year where we tried to do evidence-based panels and professional judgment panels, and it was like pulling teeth to get people to come to the panels and participate, and they were all online. So it really required closing the door to your office or going home and using your home office. Here, we had as many as 30 people at some of the sessions. Towards the end, it dwindled to maybe 16, but still a large number of people. And it was very clear to me that not only were they dedicated people who work hard in their jobs and really wanted to share and were very aware of our model, in many instances had clearly read both our desk audit and the court case, the court answer, but clearly we're communicating in the interim. They know the model, they've worked with us on the model before, and talking about the messages and that they wanted to be sure we heard, and working through many things. And we had participation, I think, through all levels of the school districts. There were teachers who participated, principals. Obviously, it was weighted somewhat heavily towards school business officials and school superintendents, but that's common in these kinds of things. But I think we must have had at least 200, maybe 250 people who participated. So it was for us, it was very rewarding. I've had a long-term relationship with Wyoming, which I've enjoyed very much, and some of the people who were here or were in those sessions, we've been doing this together for years and years, and it's helpful to get their sense of how this works, how the model plays out, how funding actually happens when they are in their own schools trying to do what they're charged to do. So I guess came away thinking that we were really appreciative of their support, of the information they provided us, and I think it will add substantially to the quality of the product we're able to deliver to you in the next few months. So I want to just express my real appreciation for the support of the folks in schools, for your support in ensuring that we were able to do this and the opportunity to share it with you here. And also, again, I think I said it yesterday, but I want to thank the LSO staff who have been incredibly helpful in making sure we have things we need. I would also say that Matt and I sat down talking about it, and Matt's made many requests to the department for a lot of data, which we have access to, and we're slowly working our way through, that potentially answer many of the questions that you have or will have on how school districts allocate their resources. I've been a little overwhelmed with the work of getting the PJP panels together, but next week or the week after, I intend to spend a great deal of time really understanding the data we have and how I want to parse it out among my colleagues to be sure that we can share with you what school districts are doing with the resources they have as we make recommendations as part of the recalibration. I think that's it, unless there are questions or something we went over a little fast and you're saying, I wish we could have a little more information about what we heard. Be happy to do so. And I know that maybe Mr. Farmer will be able to answer all the questions you had about insurance, and this will be really easy because I know it's such a simple topic. Isn't that right, Brian? But and we're here all day and happy to meet with you and anybody we want to today and as appropriate tomorrow morning. We can still be here too. That's our intent, is to be here till the 3 o'clock plane. So we're around.
Thank you, Dr. Pike. As just for information for our committee, what's the structure of the PJP meetings? Do you give questions out to the participants prior and then they come and answer those questions, or is it an open forum? Just a little background how this, I've heard 4 hours. Don't go over the 4 hours talking about this, but just a high level, how do you structure PJPs to get maximum input?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I can explain that. We worked with the organizations that are represented here. Again, the WEA, the School Board Association, the School Administrator Associations, and publicized the 8 meetings, so people were very aware of it, and had a Google Doc that they could use to sign up and send us, information, their school district, their email, so we could contact them. From those signups, we sent an invitation letter saying, we're glad that you're coming, this is when it will occur. And we sent them, I think we communicated with them 2 or 3 times. We sent them a link to the meeting, if appropriate, or the location of the meeting. We then sent them a link to the audit, the desk audit, so they had an opportunity to look at it, and a link to the WA versus Wyoming court decision. And then in the letter, we sent them to inviting them, and the letter and the list of attendees will be in the appendix, one of the appendices to our final report. We indicated what we were hoping to accomplish at the meeting, so that they were able to come well prepared. And then really at the meeting, at each meeting, I started with introductions so we knew who everybody was, which I think was helpful. People, to a large extent, knew each other particularly at the regional meetings, a little less so at the online meetings where you get a wider distribution across the state. And then I went through a very short description of the evidence-based model, sort of a mini version of what I did here yesterday. After the first two or three of them, it really became clear that for the most part, people understood the model, knew how the model worked, and would rather share their views of the model with us than hear me talking about my model. So we shortened that a little more. And then I listed the 4 questions that we tried to answer. What works well? What's not working? How would you improve it? And what kind of efficiencies would you like to see? And then it was largely an open forum. I know that professional focus group leaders would say it was A, too long, and B, they would have much more focused, detailed questions. But we felt that we had a very high level of knowledge about the system and about the model, and that it was better to really get the views of the people who work with it every day. And the conversation sort of organically moved from what works well to what doesn't work well. And at some point, I just moved the slide to the next title, and we went forward. And I was happy to go back. If somebody midway through said, oh, this really does work well, I was happy to take that at any time. Or we started talking about what doesn't work well, and people were, as they indicated there were challenges or things that the model wasn't doing as well as they'd hoped, whatever, they also often had suggestions for ways to improve it. The evidence-based model is based on research. So to the extent that there were suggestions for improvements, where possible, we asked individuals to give us a rationale for why they thought that improvement was important, and if they were aware of a research base that would help us understand that better. We certainly wanted to know what they thought too, so we don't miss anything. And we'll obviously go back and look for research as well on those topics. And then the last hour, I always made sure somewhere around the time when we were an hour or so before the end, I put up that slide that I showed you yesterday with the 6 components of the WA versus Wyoming lawsuit, and made sure we had addressed each of those carefully and heard what they had to say, because my reading of the court decision is the judge is expecting that those will be addressed in the recalibration in some way. So it felt important to get their views on that. And then, as I indicated yesterday, at this point, and I mean, we can determine if it's the right number as we go forward, but at least for now, we're thinking of repeating the process with 8 more professional judgment panels after the draft report has been put together, so that we can really get feedback on the things we've suggested and see, because some of them are relatively minor tweaks probably to how the current model works. Some will be to say, we don't know that there's a better way to do this than there currently is, and there's one more opportunity for people who work in education to say, here in Wyoming, to say, well, no, we think there is, so we would hear that. And then there's some things, particularly like SROs and the school food services, that really will be new to actually thinking through costs and how that will work, that we want to be sure that they have an opportunity to comment on and tell us whether the ideas that we brought forward reflect what they've told us, reflect a system that they think they can work with and work within, so that when we bring it to you, it's a well-formed set of ideas. And my intent would be to do 4 online and 4, regionally, whether we would go back to the same 4 cities or there's a slight, we want to change that up a little bit. We'll work with the LSO staff, and if you have suggestions of places to go, obviously we're happy to listen to that as well. My concept was sort of the 4 corners of the state, and that's what led to Cheyenne, Gillette, Cody, and Rock Springs. And people traveled, substantial differences to get to each of those meetings. I suppose in theory, we could easily add a fifth one here in Casper, which is in the middle of the state, that might facilitate in-person comment. The online sessions work very well. I think in the 5 years since, when we did the recalibration in 2020, three or four of us came to Cheyenne to sort of get started and work with the staff and do these things, and then the world shut down, and we had all these meetings online. As you know, you were all meeting in all of your meetings online during that time, that first year, and it never quite. It worked. In some ways, it worked really well. I think that the big lesson we learned is the value of online sessions to be able to get people who can't come on the day we're in their town, or who just, it's too long a drive to get wherever they're going to go. They got an opportunity. There also were opportunities to be at these meetings with people who hadn't previously worked together in the same meeting. But there's also a real value in meeting face-to-face and talking with people and the conversations afterward. So we want to be sure and do that again as we get feedback on the final model. And I see Senator Salazar smile. I think it's time for me to be quiet, so I will do so. Okay. I apologize for misreading your face then, but I was beginning to feel like I was talking too much, so I don't want to abuse the privilege of my time here. But that's how I think we'll proceed. I think all of you have access to my email or my cell phone number. The LSO staff certainly does, and I'm happy to respond directly to questions, comments, and I do. In one of the recalibrations, my computer decided some of the email from legislators was junk mail, which it is not. And I check my junk mail every day, so if I see something from one of you, if it shows up there, I'll get to it very quickly. And it's helpful, I think, if you copy Matt or Tanya, and if they don't see a response quickly, they'll know something's gone wrong in my world, and they'll get on me to make sure I get back to you. I want to be extremely responsive to any concerns or requests that you may have, so that this works forward very well.
Thank you, Doctor. Any questions from the committee? Any comments, questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Appreciate your willingness to be up here again this morning.
Thank you, and we'll be here observing and listening as well, and if we can help in any way, we'll be glad to do so.
Reserve the right to bring you back.
Thank you, we'll look forward to it.
All right. Mr. Farmer. Please introduce yourself for the audience and impart your knowledge with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Brian Farmer. I'm the Executive Director for Wyoming School Boards Association. Yesterday, during your conversations, you had a lot of questions about insurance and insurance issues that school districts encounter. Mr. Chairman, just to begin with, I want to give you a little bit of background of the basis of my knowledge, what I can answer, what perhaps I can't. As Executive Director of the School Boards Association, certainly we work with school districts throughout the state, and so are informed generally of the challenges that our districts are experiencing, the things that they're working with, struggling with. Also, we meet with our sister states across the country. Just last week, I was meeting with states from North Dakota all the way down to Texas, Wyoming through New Mexico. So some of our regional states, some of our comparator states, just on general issues. Next week, I'll be in St. Louis at a school safety conference. And so we are hearing trends from across the country. We're hearing what other folks are dealing with of their challenges. And that helps to inform our work. But perhaps most importantly for this discussion, there is a branch of Wyoming School Boards Association that does administer both a health insurance pool and a property casualty pool. So for a school district, when you think about insurance, there's a couple of different types of insurance that you're going to perhaps look at procuring. The first of those would be the benefits for your employees. So as you look at buying that benefit for the employee, you're considering certainly health insurance, the option of the state program versus a private insurer. There are two statewide pools for health insurance for school districts. Some districts belong to one or the other of those pools. Some districts choose to have a private or independent carrier. And in those relationships with the private or independent carrier, they may look at a full coverage or a self-insure type of arrangement. So every district is considering their own unique situation and how they're going to be the best steward of that public dollar to attract and retain employees. In addition to that health insurance, they may also be looking at workers' compensation insurance. They may be looking at life insurance as a benefit. And so the decisions of procuring those different types of insurance are district-led decisions for the employee benefit. Beyond that, you're thinking about how do we have insurance for the school district. Oftentimes that's referred to as a property casualty insurance or a liability insurance. And within that type of insurance, you're protecting two different things. You're protecting your assets, the property of the district, but you're also protecting against claims made against your personnel or against your district, the liability, the casualty component. So within my office, I do have a licensed insurance agent who administers those programs. And in that administration, we act as an administrator of a program. So the program, each of the pools has its own board of directors. It's not my board of directors, it's the board of directors of that program. So with the property casualty program, the entity is known as the School Risk Retention Program, oftentimes referred to as SIRP. SIRP is a joint powers board. It's created under Wyoming statutes where governmental entities join together for a common good that they can't do on their own. And the joint powers board, known as SIRP, currently has about 31 members in it. And so some of the school districts look at it and say, hey, by pooling together, we can do better than we can on our own. But other districts will look at their individual circumstance and say, this doesn't necessarily make sense for us. There's a cost component, there's a risk component, and there's a control component in making that decision. So for example, this school district that we're sitting in here today has about 27 different school buildings. And of those 27 different school buildings, you're also going to have administration buildings, transportation facilities. So you have other things that you're covering. If a hailstorm would have come through here, I know some of you were here Tuesday night when there was a big storm, and if there were hail to accompany that, and that hail were to do catastrophic damage to 27 buildings within the community, school buildings, that would be a substantial risk that the district has to insure against. If this district were a part of a pool, it could easily turn the pool upside down because the amount of buildings in this district and the liability of a single event hurting those buildings would outweigh a lot of the other entities in a pool. So pools have to be careful about how you share that risk, about the other entities, the other individuals being involved in that risk. Also deciding, as a corporate entity, as a school district, are we willing to share risk with other people? Risk for decisions that we didn't necessarily make. So our school district might say, hey, we're going to do certain things around safety and security that are going to protect our buildings, and we don't want to share risk with other districts that don't make similar decisions. Or if their personnel acts are particularly risky, an entity may say that they may not want to join a pool. So pooling has both positive benefits as well as potential risks to it. Pooling is good because sometimes we can do better together than we can on our own. Sometimes, though, individual entities within a pool can outweigh or outbalance the remainder of the pool. So each district kind of goes through and makes their decision, and they do this through a competitive procurement process. So this is done according to state procurement rules. The school district oftentimes put out a request for proposal, and interested parties will bid on providing the insurance package to the school district. In the school district, oftentimes, I was fortunate enough to spend a time as a school board member, just like Mr. Speaker, sitting in that chair as a local school board, deciding how are we going to spend that public dollar, wanting to be a good steward of that public dollar, making that best decision. Oftentimes, cost is a very important factor. If we feel like we can get a better cost through an individual carrier, we may choose that entity as opposed to a pool. Or if we're thinking that we're going to get better service or better coverage, because insurance policies are not apples to apples. If you think about the coverage on a building, you can have different coverages for replacement value of a building, construction value, assessed value. All of those different components will give you different results in what's covered, what you get. But you have to be a very informed consumer to understand, is the RFP, the apple that I'm comparing to another apple, the same thing? So you're doing your best to make a decision about what's going to provide us the best protection, the best coverage for all of the risk that we encounter. Now, your questions yesterday were primarily around the issue of property casualty insurance, that liability insurance. And so the very first thing to know is that even within that segment of the insurance industry, there are two pieces, the property side and the liability side. On the property side, it is not a local market, it is a national market. Any property insurance that you purchase today is driven by underwriters. So in the world of insurance, an insurer will insure up to a certain amount of risk, and then they sell the risk beyond that to an underwriter, to another insurance company, essentially an insurance company that insures insurance companies. And so there are very few, maybe 5 of those types of entities in the United States, and those are global entities. So Lloyd's of London is one of them, and they're insuring the property market across the nation. So when we have a hurricane in Florida and it's battering houses and it's making it expensive to cover houses because we're insuring against the cost of loss, that property event is going to impact property damage here, not because of the local event, that's that first level of insurance, but because of the underwriter, because that company that's dealing against the catastrophic risk is a limited number, and they're looking at how do they best share that risk across the spectrum of everything that they insure. So for property insurance, you have those challenges of how do we have a competitive property insurance? Now, again, our districts in Wyoming have very different risk for their property. Wind and hail is a line within property coverage. So you may have to have a separate wind and hail policy. It's a rider, an addition to your general coverage, because it's an extra risk that your district bears. So along the eastern side of the state, we have districts that are having this wind and hail rider. When it comes to the liability side, that's where we have real differentiation between philosophies of insurance. When you're talking about the philosophy of determining insuring against risk, the insurance company has actuaries and all of these other people out there that are trying to assess what is the known and potential risk of a bad act or a harm costing us. What are we going to have to pay on a claim? And so those actuaries will come up with sort of risk values to try to determine what is it that we are going to insure for that liability action. When it comes to firearms, we are in a new world. We are in an unknown area because we have done something in the state that is not the normal course of business. With the elimination of the gun-free zones, now we are dealing with something that's a different situation than what we had before. So insurance carriers are essentially coming at it from 2 potential philosophical viewpoints. One insurance carrier may say the risk of catastrophic loss is tremendous. that if we have a Columbine type event, if we have a Sandy Hook type event with mass casualty, property damage, other kinds of things, then the payout on that kind of risk could be phenomenal. There could be a lot of liability involved. The other is, well, the number of cases that you experience perhaps hasn't been a large number, and so the chance of that happening is remote. So do you go with the risk itself, or do you go with the chance of risk? Most are going to try to find a blend of those two. How do I blend those two to come up with an evaluation of risk? And so today, it is true that as districts are looking at their property casualty insurance, they're talking with the insurer and they're saying, does the fact that Wyoming no longer has these gun-free zones change insurance? Some of those insurers are saying, yes, that does change your coverage. SERP, the School Risk Retention Program, has taken the position that it has not changed their coverage, that that is a part of the same coverage that you have bought before. Other carriers have said, you know what, this is a new element of risk, and so we're going to ask you to buy a rider, an additional policy to cover that new and unknown risk. And so the school district is evaluating all of those sorts of things. And it's not so simple. You heard about insurance policies for a district of $500,000, potentially $1 million. Those are going to be the policies, sometimes more than that. That's the cost of the insurance policy. And finding that cost in the model can be challenging. Potentially, you can say that that's covered in the central office maintenance and operations component. But as you start to think of all of the things in that list, the question becomes, is that a sufficient amount to the district to pay for that $1 million policy, $500,000 policy? And then what about the riders? Some other riders that districts are seeing are things like cybersecurity, a rider for cybersecurity, so adding additional coverage for new and unknown risk. Whether or not that has additional cost is up to the insurer. Now, one of the philosophical approaches that SERP takes is that we are going to assert the Wyoming Governmental Claims Act as a defense in cases where it applies. To a commercial carrier, they may not choose to use that as a defense. It's not a get out of jail free card. It's not a trump card. It's not something that you can play. But if you're able to persuasively argue that before the court, it does give an immunity, which is a bar to liability. So it's the best possible outcome for the district, but it still requires litigation of questions before a judge. So if I'm a school district and I'm sued because of an accidental discharge of a firearm that resulted in a harm of an individual, then the court is going to have to go through a hearing to determine whether or not the Governmental Claims Act applies. And so some of the questions that will come up in that is, who was the owner of the firearm? If the owner of the firearm, or the person that was in control of the firearm, perhaps better. We know sometimes the person that owns the gun is not the person that discharges the firearm. But the person in control of the firearm is an employee, then part of the question is that a governmental actor? If that's a governmental actor, the question is, was the discharge of the firearm within the scope of employment? If that was a governmental actor acting within the scope of their employment, the next question is, was there negligence in that action? And so all of these are questions that have to be addressed by the court to make a determination of whether or not that is the case. If you find this was a governmental actor acting within the scope of their employment and no negligence was involved, then boom, you've got that governmental immunity, or at least you've got a good case for that governmental immunity, and you can either dismiss the claim or you can limit the payout as to the liability that may exist on that claim. So all of this is to say that when an insurance company is dealing with the question of governmental immunity, it is a very good defense to use, because either you limit liability or you eliminate liability. And because SERP chooses to use that, it requires expert attorneys in the Wyoming Governmental Claims Act to make those arguments before a Wyoming court. Now, that's all Wyoming law. That says nothing if the claim is a federal claim. If the claim is a federal claim and made in a federal court, it could be a federal tort claim, or it could be a Section 1983 claim, which is a violation of civil rights. Those are the two primary claims that you would see in a federal court, and the Wyoming Governmental Claims Act is not going to help or apply to either of those types of claims. And so the immunity is a great defense and can certainly be used as a tool for an insurance company, but it still requires the litigation. It still requires the answering of certain questions. And frankly, we're not going to know some of those answers until this has played its way out through the courts. If you think that the Governmental Claims Act is something that's been around forever, it's really not. The Wyoming Governmental Claims Act was enacted in 1979. So the act itself is not that old. Certainly the idea is a very old idea. It originates from British common law notion of sovereign immunity, that the king can do no wrong. So there is no liability for the government, carried through to our colonies and then our founding of our country. In the federal system, certainly tested in things like Chisholm versus Georgia, and then again, the reason that we have an 11th Amendment to our Constitution. So all of that is part of the common law, and that's what Wyoming applied from its founding, from that 1890 up into the 1970s. But in the 1970s, Wyoming judges were starting to say, we have to balance the right of those who are injured by the government as to being steward of the government funds and the claims against governmental entities. So Larry Wolf wrote a really good article in the Wyoming Land and Water Review in 1980 that talks about this new Governmental Claims Act, the things that we need to figure out, the things that we need to understand. And from 1980 to today, things have played out in courts and we have better idea of what the application is. We know the standard of review that there is in a Governmental Claim Act. We have some precedent. Wyoming did chose in that 1979 law one of two types of governmental immunity. There's either open immunity, which says that immunity is not the general rule, but immunity is granted in certain cases. That's actually the case under federal law. Or Wyoming chose closed immunity, which says that immunity is the general rule except in certain cases. The one of the exceptions that exists in Wyoming law is the maintenance and operation of a public building. So that's the route to liability for firearms. If they say that the governmental entity was negligent in the operation, the maintenance or operation of a public building through any element of the firearm facts in that particular case, then that would be sort of the road to the application of the governmental claim, or why the governmental claim may not apply and immunity exists. So while it seems simple and it seems like it should just be easy, the truth of the matter is that the school district still needs an attorney to answer the litigation. You're going to go through all of these questions in a courtroom to try to apply and say immunity exists, therefore there's no liability, or if the immunity does exist, the liability is capped at a certain amount. If you can cap that liability or you can remove that liability, you drastically reduce the risk of insurance. If you have to litigate all of those questions otherwise, you're still dealing under a tort claim with duty, breach, cause, harm, traditional tort elements. So there are litigation questions. And at the end of the day, the school district doesn't want to deal with any of this. I remember being on a school board and we have lawsuits against us and thinking, why do we have to pay the attorney? I don't like paying the attorney, but we have to pay the attorney to deal with the litigation that's against us, to answer the litigation. And every once in a while, as you go through that litigation, you come to a cost analysis that says maybe it's better to settle a case. And I've every once in a while been in a case where I would have liked to fight because of the principle, but the economically cost-conscious decision is to settle a case. That's what the insurance company is going to be interested in, is reducing liability, reducing costs, so they may be motivated for a settlement versus going through litigation and the risk of a negative outcome. So I wish I could tell you it was easy. I wish I could tell you that there's a black and white fact path that gets you there. I can tell you that there are a limited number of questions, and if it applies, it is one of the best roads to limiting both the cost of your insurance and the ultimate cost to the district and the state of Wyoming. But that's going to take litigation to determine whether or not that is the case. Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer your questions. I'm really not trying to make any particular point other than to inform the committee of the difficult environment that the school district deals with.
And thank you, Mr. Farmer. This has been very beneficial. Any questions from the committee for Mr. Farmer? Mr. Kelly, Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know way more about this than I do, so this is a good opportunity for me. 2018, Park County allowed this type of policy. Uinta County did it in 2017, entire state of New Hampshire, Oregon, and this is many years ago. Are you aware of these almost punitive riders being set on like Park County District or Uinta County when they adopted their concealed carry policy years ago?
Mr. Farmer?
Mr. Chairman, for each of those entities, it's going to depend on their carrier. So in most of the Wyoming cases, we did have SERP districts participating in decisions prior to the recent legislation when it was permissive, the 2017 legislation. So the SERP Joint Powers Board did have to take a look at it at that time and say, do we think there is additional risk? And the entity at that time made the evaluation of, we don't think that there is any risk beyond what we already see. However, in the national market, it is something that national carriers have been less willing to tolerate that risk. And so as other entities have talked about self-insurance nationally, some of these carriers have been very clear on this. This was not a novel idea. They've said, Wyoming District, if you adopt this policy, there will be an additional coverage necessary.
Follow up?
Also, thank you. Are you also aware of any incidents in Wyoming or across the country in districts that have adopted these policies that would justify the claims of added risk? Because I find it interesting that 2 mass casualty incidents you had mentioned both happened in gun-free zones and one during the assault weapons ban.
Mr. Farmer?
Mr. Chairman, so this is probably beyond my expertise because I've not studied those situations. I would tell you, as I have talked with my counterpart in Florida, certainly their catastrophic experience there has resulted in a tremendous amount of litigation and a tremendous cost to that school district. And so I believe that the insurers are responding to the overall calculation of risk of a school shooting incident. But I can't tell you specifically how those decisions were made, why those decisions were made, or do I have personal knowledge of those claims?
Senator, or President Biden, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Farmer. This is interesting stuff. I didn't know that the WSBA was in the insurance business. So the school districts purchase insurance through the WSBA? Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, so Wyoming School Boards Association has a 501c3 nonprofit designation under the IRS. That is a limited to certain activities. So things that we do to educate school districts, to provide resources and information, things like that. When it comes to activities relating to insurance, pooled insurance, that is not covered by our 501c3. So we have created a wholly owned subsidiary, a corporate entity. As a matter of fact, I just wrote a check to Uncle Sam for $250,000 for our corporate activity as a separate entity. So Wyoming School Support Services is the entity that is hired by SERP to administer the program. As the administrator of the SERP program, we then contract with other entities, Gallagher Claims Associates, who are the insurance agencies that actually receive and manage the claims. And so the work of my staff is to administer the contract on behalf of the Joint Powers Board. All of the insurance work itself is done by a private contracted entity or entities that SERP, the Joint Powers Board, contracts with directly.
So, Mr. Farmer, how much revenue does that generate for the WSBA through all your subsidiaries? It sounds to me like that would be a conflict of interest, potentially, considering your lobbying activities.
Mr. Chairman. So when it comes to lobbying, under the IRS code, it's known as a 501H designation, which is a substantial portion test that an entity like School Boards Association has to go through. So the federal government is very concerned about what level or what degree of lobbying a 501c3 nonprofit entity does. So we have to report to them on expenditures of what we do, and it cannot be a substantial portion. That substantial portion, we actually spend less than half of what we are allowed to under that IRS calculation. And it's a multi-part calculation. It's not just a one hard number. So we do spend less than what the IRS allows a 501c3 to do. Entities that are 501c4s have broader latitude in their lobbying activity. So WSBA does keep it less than a substantial portion of our overall activity. The revenue that is created for Wyoming School Support Services Incorporated is revenue from insurance programs, and that ranges from year to year based on the programs, anywhere from $500,000 to potentially even $1 million worth of revenue. Again, that results in taxation under the federal code. And it is the operation of a separate corporate entity that has requirements that are all, again, legal requirements. Any school district that is making a decision of whether to participate in any of those entities, the SERP entity, the Wyoming School Boards Association Insurance Trust entity, makes a decision with the knowledge that Wyoming School Boards Association is the contract administrator for that program.
So, Mr. Chairman, I don't know, it seems kind of, I mean, this is a pretty tangled web you guys have going here. I would love to kind of see how it all fits together. But when school districts join the WSBA, they pay you dues, which is taxpayer money. Then you guys send a group to the Cheyenne to lobby us, typically against stuff like gun-free zone repeal. And then you sell insurance to the school districts, and then, like Representative Kelly said, you put punitive riders on. So when the gun-free zone ban passed, it's almost like you have your cookie cutter policy that you want school districts to adopt, which basically makes it so difficult for teachers to want to conceal carry that they don't do it, or you make it so expensive via insurance that they don't do it. So I see policy intersecting with the lobbying. It's just seems pretty murky. I'll just say that. How can you justify that?
Mr. Farmer.
Mr. Chairman, I would say that every activity that we're involved in is a separate transaction. So membership is a transaction that a school district decides. They decide whether or not there is a value in providing membership with the association for benefits of information and resources, for benefits of training or education, for benefits of consultation. If lobbying is a part of that, then for the benefit of that. And the advocacy that we do on behalf of school districts is not something that WSBA makes up. It is something that is originating from the majority members of our districts. So all of that comes from our delegate assembly in an advocacy agenda that's voted on by our membership. So the membership says this is where we give you direction for advocacy. The decisions around insurance are not WSBA decisions. Those are decisions of SIRP, the School Risk Retention Program, which is a joint powers board that has its own board of directors. They choose whether or not to contract with Wyoming School Support Services to administer the program. So there are separate entities making those decisions, and the school district making the decision of whether or not to purchase the insurance, whether or not to make the membership, and for policy services. If a school district were to ask Wyoming School Boards Association for a model policy, then we consult with our legal counsel and say, what policy would you recommend to defend a district against potential liability? And so our counsel creates a policy intended to be protective of the liability of the district. And the policy goes to the district is, hey, here's a recommendation. You can adopt this recommendation, you can change things, always with the advice that if you have concerns, you should visit with your local council. Never do we tell them, you must do this, this is what you have to do. We will say this is a recommendation to comply with the law, to protect yourself against liability. If you want to change it, that's entirely up to you. We recommend that you consult with your attorney. And if it is something that involves the rights of others, we're very clear that they need to go through the Wyoming Administrative Procedures Act, which does involve notice and public opportunity to comment on that policy. So the public comment becomes a very important part for the board in its adoption of policy. What does our public think about a proposed policy? So all we'll do is we'll provide them with a recommended starting place to protect them from legal liability, and then every decision from there is their decision.
Speaker Nyman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Just curiously, how many districts currently purchase insurance through you folks?
Mr. Chairman, so the SIRP, the School Risk Retention Program, has 31 members. And that is a annual decision. They decide whether or not they're going to renew their policy, whether they're going to shop their policy, look for other entities. Some districts have come and gone. It's an election of a local district based on their RFP process and decision of what's best for our district.
And on all of these different entities or groups that are currently insuring with you are all members of the Wyoming School Board Association?
That's correct.
They are.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. That's correct.
And I'm just a curiosity question for myself. What does it cost to be a member of the Wyoming School Board Association to our districts?
Mr. Farmer?
Mr. Chairman, Wyoming School Board Association membership is variable cost. It's variable depending on the expenditure of a school district. It can be anywhere from $1,200 to $20. We're currently hitting a new level, but currently I would say it's the high end is $22,500.
So could potentially be up to $22,500 for a membership.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. That's correct.
All right, any other questions? Representative Yin, please.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Farmer. So listening to what you were talking about with liability insurance, with property and casualty insurance, with regards to the decisions that different school districts make, I still need to understand what's the downside to us centralizing that property and casualty insurance under the state. So I understand the decisions that each individual district is making with regards to their own risk and being in a pool or not being in a pool because of the different types of risks that each district is under, but ultimately the cost of that risk is still borne by the state's taxpayers across the board, because we have this model that divvies out money to the districts, and we also pay for all of the facilities anyways. So I'm still trying to understand why we shouldn't just centralize all of that liability as well as the insurance under the state. Do you have any thoughts on why we shouldn't, or should we, or an opinion on that matter?
Mr. Farmer?
Mr. Chairman, I think that there are a couple of different answers to that. The first is, if you consider who owns the buildings, I would say that that is not a settled legal question. Certainly for anything constructed prior to 1997, the district owns that facility. That is not owned by the state. It was not constructed with state dollars. It is owned by the corporate entity of the school district. Something after that is potentially a debatable question. Is it owned by the district? Is it owned by the state? I think that that's an unsettled legal question. So the district owns the facility, and certainly the staff are the staff of the district. And so you generally can't buy insurance for something that's not yours. You buy it for your stuff. And so the district making the procurement decision is typically regarded as their decision, their prerogative. Whether you were to say, well, we are going to force you to be a part of a pool, we're going to require you to make that decision. That's the decision that you have. I think the individual district response would probably be, we like to control our own risk. When we make decisions, we as a school board, we know what risk we are subjecting ourselves to. What we potentially are uncomfortable with are the decisions that others make, and whether or not we feel comfortable with the risk that then that exposes us to. When you pool risk, you are pooling the risk, the shared decisions of those other entities. So you may be the most responsible, the best school district to limit or eliminate your own liability, but another district that does not act with that same care or with those same conditions will expose you to a higher cost premium. And it can be as simple as, again, the wind and hail on one side of the state versus not having it in another part of the state. You're going to be paying for hail damage in Goshen County. And if that allocation is made to a district, the district in receiving the block grant fund is trying to decide, how do we spend this block grant the best? The model is not perfect to allocate to every district their exact costs. The only two things we have that are 100% reimbursement are special education and transportation. If we were to do insurance under a model of it's all up to the state, then we would probably want to look at that direct cost then also being borne by the state. So the district might say, hey, if we can do this, we can come up with a better cost insurance option, which then allows us to spend additional dollars somewhere else. If we can come up with cheaper property casualty insurance by going through a private market, then maybe we can afford to buy life insurance as an additional benefit to help us recruit and retain employees. It becomes a dynamic part of the block grant for the district to say, how do we manage our own risk, and then how do we allocate our resources to do the best for our district?
Good. Any other questions for Mr. Farmer? Committee? Speaker Nyman, please.
Probably shouldn't ask this, but are you the ones that are insuring Teton County and asked them to put a $35,000 increase on their insurance?
Mr. Farmer?
Mr. Chairman, no, SERP is not Teton County is not a member of the School Risk Retention Program. And no, SERP does not have a rider for firearms. Again, the school risk retention program has made the decision of not charging extra for firearms insurance. So it is the one entity that has clearly at this point said, we're not charging extra. Other entities are making varied decisions.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. President Lightman.
Yeah, well, kind of follow up to Representative Yen's question, is the reason why, I mean, so if it turns out it makes more fiscal sense for the state of Wyoming to manage the risk and do the insurance pool at the state level and use our purchasing power at the state level to take care of insurance so school districts don't have to worry about it. Obviously, that affects your bottom line at the WSBA, so you would probably lobby against it. And this is back to my initial question, where your lobbying and your financial interests intersect, because you have a financial interest in keeping the current status quo because you're making money off of selling insurance to school districts, and you don't want the state to do it. But then you're going to turn around and lobby against the bill if we do come up with a bill or recalibration because of that. Don't you see that's a problem?
Mr. Farmer?
Mr. Chairman, as far as Wyoming School Boards Association goes, our choice or our decision to become involved in programs is always a choice of, is this something we can do for our membership? If they decide or it becomes no longer necessary, then different from a business, we would scale that back. So for us, not having that financial interest would mean probably reduction of our staff, which is okay. It would be a line of business that we would no longer be involved in. The decision of the individual district or the decision of the SERP program is ultimately their decision. So for SERP to make a decision about we do want to do this, we don't want to do this, it is the SERP board that makes that decision. So it's not WSBA that makes that decision and then sells insurance. It's the SERP board makes a decision. They decide what insurance product there is. They simply hire Wyoming School Boards Association to manage their contract. So they're the entities that are making the decision around what insurance they have, what they want to have. And ultimately, I think for us, it is really just arguing what the member says, not what WSBA says. So a lot of times the SERP members say, hey, we like the ability to make decisions on our own behalf. So SERP has made a decision with regard to wind and hail that a portion of wind and hail coverage will be shared by the pool, but a portion of that wind and hail coverage will be borne by the districts with different risk. So that SERP board makes a decision about how they want that insurance coverage to look, and then they say, we like the ability to control our destiny. Anytime that I come to you and talk, it's what I hear from those members saying about their program that I will share that information with you.
Any other questions for Mr. Farmer? Mr. Farmer, external to the gun-free zone and changes there, has the liability insurance increased for our school districts over the past few years? We've seen that in other industries where liability insurance is going up significantly. And I'm referring to utilities with wildfire and what they're struggling with. But have you seen that in your realm of school districts and liability umbrella coverage?
Mr. Chairman, absolutely. In some cases, doubling and tripling costs over the last 10, 15 years.
So it wouldn't be quite fair to say it's solely because of gun-free zone, eliminating gun-free zones that our liability insurance costs are going up.
Mr. Chairman, I would say that insurance costs across the board are increasing. The degree to which a district's overall cost is impacted, in some cases, is affected by the gun-free zones because some of the carriers are adding riders. A district may find our general liability coverage plus the rider is still either cheaper or more advantageous to our district than being a member of the SERP program. So they're still making a cost and value decision on the case-by-case basis. The reality is where those riders have come in place, those riders are an industry response to a decision of the legislature. So for that district, yes, that's very real, but that is not the sole reason. And I think you heard from Teton County that their overall cost was around $500,000. Their gun rider was around $35,000. So the degree of cost increase is certainly a smaller portion of the cost, but it will be as unique as each of our 48 school districts to answer that question.
Okay, thank you,
Totally.
Mr. Farmer. So just to follow up with this, Speaker, the elimination of the gun-free zones not only impacted the school districts, but it also impacted governmental buildings throughout towns, municipalities, and the state. So this may be an unfair question for you, Mr. Farmer, but do you know if the insurance rates have gone up for our municipalities as well for their liability coverage?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have that answer, but there is another entity that does this pooling for municipalities, LEA, the local government liability pool. I don't remember the name of it, but Tory Racines is the executive director of that pool, and he would know that answer. I don't.
All right, thank you. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Just a couple quick questions. You had mentioned that many times you don't normally insure something that you don't own. I'm curious then, that makes me wonder, what are the responsibilities of the districts? I mean, the pre-97 facilities and things like that, they own those, evidently, is what we're still saying. The facilities that have been built afterward, there's potentially some question about who does own that. But we pay based on square footage in the districts. So do the districts have the latitude to put more insurance on certain pieces of facilities that they maybe were owned previous to 97? Maybe not on other pieces that were built after 97 because they don't own them? And then one other question after that is, do you provide insurance to other entities outside of school districts in Wyoming, or are you exclusively to school districts in Wyoming?
Mr. Farmer.
Mr. Chairman, a couple of times the questions have been, do we? And again, I'll answer that SERP, the School Risk Retention Program, is the joint powers board that makes the decision. So I'm really not speaking on behalf of SERP, speaking on behalf of the School Boards Association that administers that. No, we as the school boards don't do that. I don't believe SERP does that. So the second question, to be clear, no school risk retention program, because of the way that the Joint Powers Board is created, can only be governmental entities. As a matter of fact, it's a very interesting question of whether or not a charter school would be able to participate in a Joint Powers Board. So that's an unsettled legal question. At this time, there are no charter schools that are a part of the school risk retention program. But that's a part of an unsettled legal question of, can a charter school join a joint powers board? Not a decision of because it's a charter school or any of that. So SERP is just school districts. And those school districts, when they make their decision, the SERP board has always made decisions or calculations based off of a square footage value. The carrier, Gallagher, who assesses this, they do evaluations of the buildings and all of that. I would be shocked if they would be willing to insure different properties differently.
Okay.
That would be so different from an industry standard, which is to look at the gross square footage and make decisions of how to insure the gross square footage. So it's insured in a similar manner. So to my knowledge, no, there's no decisions around ensuring any square footage any differently.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Farmer. This has been very informational, and with limited time to prepare, you've done very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We will now invite any departments of the state to come and testify. Specifically, I'd request WDA if they would be willing to come and provide some testimony. After that, we'll take a break, and then we'll start our public testimony. WDA, anyone from WDA want to come forward?
Mr. Chairman, I believe you mean WDE, the Wyoming
Oh,
Department of Education.
WDE, I'm so sorry. It's all in the, I need to buy a vowel.
Was looking for
I'm so
Tate
sorry.
on that one. Mr. Chairman, committee members, thank you. Dickie Shaner with the Department of Education. The superintendent just wanted me to share her appreciation for all of the work that's already even gone into this from you all, your staff, the consultants, and our team, and the work ahead. She offered that if there are any specific topics that this committee would like the departments to present on, we're happy to prepare materials and do that at the next meeting, but she doesn't have any specific comments for this meeting.
Okay. Representative Yin, please.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Shaner. Some of the things that we've talked about is centralizing costs on the state level. Does the superintendent or the department have any thoughts on those kinds of things? And I think some of them that were mentioned yesterday were about like the auditing process, and there's a lot of basically bureaucracy that happens in every single district that if we had a centralized information system could erase some of those costs. Do you have any thoughts there?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, through you, Representative Yin, I don't have any formal positions or comments from the superintendent on that, but when that discussion was happening yesterday, I can just tell you from past experience, probably 7 or 8 years ago, we had a discussion about what we call a statewide SIS, a student information system, about bringing everybody into one. And at the time, about half the state was with one vendor for an SIS, half the state was with another. So one side would have had to adapt to the preferred vendor, and it wasn't a popular move. So what we've done over time at the department is try to automate as much as we can to really get as close to having one statewide information system as possible without forcing districts to choose between Power School or Infinite Campus. So we've made a lot of progress in that regard. Other things that have been talked about with this, with the legislature, Joint Education Committee, Joint Appropriations Committee over the years, statewide telematics system for the transportation, having optimized routing and things like that coming from the state. Again, just ideas that have been proffered but never adopted due to desires for local autonomy with those things. But we could certainly have the department data and finance teams talk about the progress we've made over the last, say, 10 years in automating and really trying to help with some of that administrative load at the district level, if that's something that would be helpful.
Senator Schuler, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just curious if the State Department has had discussions with our consultants. So if you guys worked with them, I'm sure you've worked with them in the past. I'm just wondering with recently with any of the professional deals, if you've had any information at all with them.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, through you, Senator Schuler, yes, we've been in correspondence now for over a month, sharing an abundance of information and data with the consultants and your LSO staff.
Good. Speaker Nyman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Thank you, Mr. Shaner, for being here with us today. In my conversations with some of the educators around the state, they said that you guys ask for too many reports, and that they spend a lot of time, and they've got people that are absolutely inundated with requirements that I need this, now I need this, and now I need this, and by the way, if you could get us this, and things like that. Maybe you could elaborate for me and maybe the rest of the committee here. What is the situation with reporting to the districts and some of the complaints maybe you've heard? I mean, I could go into some of the stuff that's been shared with me, but just entirely too many hours required to sometimes give information in their minds that is unnecessary and actually creates even more hassle. What are your thoughts?
Mr. Shaner?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, through you, Speaker Nyman, we have made significant progress on that topic as well over the last 10 years or so. It was almost a every other year report that we would do from the Department of Ed. What have we done to reduce reporting requirements? And there are really two levels of it. One, there's the federally required reports, and we've done our best to streamline those and make sure we're only asking for the minimally sufficient amount of information from districts when it's a federal requirement. And then there are the state data requirements, which we've also analyzed those. We've even come to this, the legislature over the years, and asked for some of them to be eliminated to help with that. So we're happy to update that report and provide it to this committee too on all the progress we've made in both streamlining and just eliminating data reporting.
Appreciate that.
Any other questions? Mr. Shaner, we talked earlier about federal requirements, not only, and federal money, and I know your office has your finger on that. So do you see any of that responsibility being handed down to the states from the federal level, giving us more autonomy? Or do you see any change in funding or the reports due? What do you see on the horizon from your perspective?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Basically, it would be me just saying that you hear the rhetoric and the desires from the people in charge of the U.S. Department of Education and the federal Congress that want to move in that direction. You know, block grant funding to the states, less federal strings attached. But I think that there's a lot of work to be done at the federal level to get to that point. I think one of the biggest moves in the last several weeks has been getting some of the second tier of leadership at the U.S. Department of Education through their confirmation hearings and getting them into the Department of Education to work. And I think once that happens, some of them are pretty experienced State Department leaders. I'm hoping we'll have more earnest discussions about what those reforms look like, what can be done administratively with just the Department of Education, and what might take congressional action. So I know that they're looking at those two sort of in a bifurcated way. What can we get done now? And then what are we ultimately going to have to ask Congress to help us with? But I do believe that is the desire.
Good, I hope so.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for willing to come up and testify. We will now take a 15-minute break, and then we're going to go into public comment, and we have one online testimony. We would like to dispense with that very first because I may forget if we don't do that early on. So we're going to start with the online when we come back at 10:20. Okay, we're going to continue on. We're going to now enter into the phase of public comment in earnest. And we have one online. Would you please introduce yourself and proceed with your public comments?
Sure. I'm Shad Hamilton. I'm currently the Special Education Director at UNA County School District number 4. I've been a principal in Wyoming for well over 20 years prior to the SPED Director avenue. And I'm also on the Board of Directors for the Wyoming Secondary School Principals Association. I'm also a member of the Wyoming Special Ed Administrators Group. And I'm also a parent of a student attending a public school too. Fourth generation Wyoming guy, born and raised over there in Riverton. So with that, I'd just like to start, Mr. Salazar, by thanking you and the entire committee for the amount of time that you've invested into hearing the public on this issue. I really do appreciate that. I watched some of the comments yesterday, and I'm not going to take up a lot of time because I think what I want to emphasize is that you really do need to listen to these guys. There's a lot of legitimate comments that both the Principals Association and the SPED directors are fully behind and experience every day in regards to school finance. To bring it home to the trenches, I think UNA County School District number 4 had a board meeting last night where we're kind of wrestling with these, trying to prepare for these upcoming things. And one of the ones, the insurance issue that you're talking about with the firearms policy and stuff, that's a tough one. That is, we don't have an SRO in UNA County School District number 4. So discussion came up, how we're going to pay for that, to deal with, just confronting Joe Public if they're not carrying properly. So those are kind of the community level issues that come up in board discussions that really do impact school funding. As a SPED director, I can tell you, I heard some commentary yesterday. I really appreciate the committee's work towards 100% reimbursable funding for SPED. You've heard from countless folks about how that's really a model for the country. There is, our neighbors over here in Utah, they are getting harder to compete with. And one thing that impacts us a little bit with special ed is when we have these cases that require real special services that we've got a contract with. Some of our folks we contract with are all over the country, but some come from out of state. And from year to year, they adjust their rates to account for inflation and stuff. We don't have any control over that. I experienced a scenario this year where one of our providers adjusted their rates almost twice fold to accommodate, to try to compete with Utah. And that put us in a situation where I can certainly understand where, being reimbursed in a small school district, it could impact your budget if you're not prepared for that. So more of a real-time reimbursement scenario. I mean, I can understand how those smaller districts are really beginning to wrestle with that because the wild fluctuations in how those rates change from year to year now. I think that's something that needs to be considered a little bit. And then we do struggle to compete for staff with Utah now. That's a reality. So just reaffirming that. And then I just want to say, 93% of our students in Wyoming attend public schools. Our public schools are awesome. Our communities like Mountain View and Lyman over here, they love their public schools. And the more that we can do to finance our schools at a competitive rate and pull in folks, the better. And I just want to kind of leave it at that and open it up to any questions you might have from my principal perspective or my special ed perspective or even my parent perspective.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions, committee? Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, we have 4 chairs up front. We would like to have those chairs filled, and we will begin taking public comment. As the chair opens up, please come and fill it from the audience, and let's begin. So who wants to start? Okay. Please introduce yourself for the committee and proceed.
Mr. Co-Chair, members of the committee, my name is John Williams. I'm the CFO of Uintah County School District Number 1. And I feel that kind of the need to segue with the discussion on insurance and one other item. Uintah County School District Number 1 was, I think, the first district to implement the concealed carry in 2017. We definitely went through multiple iterations of procedures, and then we went all the way to the Supreme Court on that. It is still in play, that policy. In 2017, I started to look at what's the insurance ramifications of the concealed carry. And I started to get a little bit of pushback. I don't know right now if that would be the same thing. But for instance, to use a carrier, Hub International said, no way, no how, if members of your staff are concealed carrying, will we insure you? It started to just limit the number of carriers. There were, I think we looked at Glatfelter and a few others. Finally, we decided to go with Lloyd's of London. They'll insure, they insure athletes and things. And so we have, and I think it's okay to disclose this, we have about 8 right now that are concealed carrying, and the policy is around $16,000 for that. And so that is an additional cost that came because of the 2017 statute. Our insurance has also increased just, I think, natively. Beginning, I've been in this position since about 2006, and from memory, I think we were paying around $120,000. This last year, we paid about $185,000 with coverage. We don't use SERP. We went out to bid a few years ago, and then we kind of renew on that. But what I've noticed is that has really increased. I think the cost of repair, the cost of construction is really the biggest driver, cost per square footage. And yes, I do think the fires in California, Paradise, California, that type of thing. I'm not saying that Paradise is the one that caused our increase, but it has increased from like 120,000 of 3 or 4 years ago to 180,000. This, with the gun-free zones, we are looking at a policy starting up July 1st, and it's going to be around $32,000 to add. So we do want to ensure the teachers, if they, discharge their gun, we do want to have that still in place, even with the concealed carry. In 2017, when I started looking at that, I was aware of, there was a discharge at Nebo School District in Utah. Some teacher blew up a toilet, and he or she shot a toilet with a firearm. Okay?
Bad experience, or?
We don't know. I don't know. So the question that I had was, okay, so Utah was a Second Amendment, is a Second Amendment state. How do you go about ensuring that? So in answer to Senator Rothfuss's question yesterday, what do other states do? I called a business manager or two in the state of Utah and said, well, how do you get property insurance if you've got Second Amendment? And the answer that I got, and I didn't really pursue it that far was that the state has a pool. And so it was like, oh, okay, well, that makes sense on that. Whereas Wyoming, we just shop around. I mean, whether or not you use SERP or Glatfelter or whomever. So that's kind of the direction that we've taken. So, and any questions on that?
Thank you, Mr. Williams. This is very informative. Any questions for Mr. Williams? They have experience with concealed carry for a number of years now, kind of a beginning sell. So Representative Yen, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just some clarification on that. So you have the 16K for your concealed carry staff. That's a rider on top for pre-art law from this year. And then the 32,000, is that on top of the 16K? So it's 48 in total?
Mr. Williams?
Co-chair and Representative Yen, yes, that is in addition. So the 16,000 is just, and we're going to keep that in case we have somebody, some employee discharging. The other one is more for if we have repairs or we didn't do something right or something like that. We feel like we need to be insured. But the discussion of state liability and things, I think we do need to talk about that as a district. So that's a takeaway from this discussion that I'll discuss with the board coming up.
Follow up? Yes, Senator McEwen.
Kind of want your thoughts on this, the concealed carry thing, the additional 32,000. Would you agree that somebody who's coming into your school with the intent of shooting it up is going to do it regardless of state or federal laws? I think it seems excessive, so I'd like your opinion on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Co-Chair and Senator McEwen, as has been discussed, whenever we have an incident, all of a sudden there is legal fees like you wouldn't believe. Just, we're kind of protecting ourselves, or at least trying to, in case we've got people saying, hey, you didn't do it right. It's really, in answer to your question, yes, bad actors they're not following the laws. However, liability and costs arise naturally with litigation and things, and so that's really what we're trying to protect.
Speaker Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I want to take this opportunity because you're kind of like a unicorn. You're the early ones that nobody's really gotten to talk to. You say you implemented this policy in 2017, the concealed carry. What has happened? I mean, have you had any incidents? What was the response from the administration, the school teachers, the community? I mean, give us a little bit of feedback on what happened with that, because you're one of four out of the state here, so.
Mr. Williams.
So, Mr. Co-Chair and Representative Nyman, we, when it was first passed, we went through and just did a policy change, and we did have someone in the community, it was an attorney, that was not in favor of it. And the community, I would say, was probably, and I'm making an estimate, probably 80-20, maybe it was a little bit more like 60-40 in favor of it. But I think for the most part, community members were in favor. Where we started to as we thought through this, we had to think, all right, what do we do with the guns if a teacher has to put it away? So we incurred about $275,000 in biometric locks, boxes in classrooms, and there was a lot of training that was involved. As we were developing it, that attorney, as a citizen, objected, and that's his right. But the board felt the need to defend that, and it went up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said, you didn't, as it was written in the statute, it says you need to have procedures, and so we had to go back and redo it as administrative procedures. In other words, have a comment period as opposed to the, first and second reading policy and things like that. We worked with the police officers, the firemen. We had it read through multiple attorneys and things. Generally speaking, we wanted everybody to be anonymous on this. That we don't. The only one that really knows who conceals carries in the district is the superintendent, and then it gets approved by the board. And so there's a real need for secrecy, because we don't want the names of who's concealed carrying, assume everyone is concealed carrying. And I don't think it's an issue now. There are some costs, but it's not an issue.
Did you, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just one follow-up. Did you lose staff or students due to this decision?
Anecdotally, Mr. Co-Chair and Representative Nyman, anecdotally, we may have lost a marginal small number, but I don't think that there was anything, I didn't have any mass resignations or anything like that. So.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Yes, Senator McEwen, please.
Maybe not a fair question for you, it's kind of an insurance question, but let's say I'm in your school and I'm concealed carrying. Not as a teacher, just parent or whatever, and I shoot your toilet accidentally. Am I not responsible for that now and not the school? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Williams?
Mr. Co-Chair and Senator McEwen, very likely, yes, I would think that you would be. However, not all insurance is for the personnel. Again, there's a lot of litigation costs that can arise. And it may be not necessarily the actor, but somebody in a tort situation saying, hey, you didn't do it right. And the district has a little bit deeper pockets than the bad actor. You're culpable. So.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. It's been very valuable and informative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jed Ciccarelli, Chief Financial Officer for Laramie County School District Number 1. I'm going to transition into a little bit different of a topic, and I know Mr. Smith to my right has a few things to add, so I'll be quick, but wanted to address a very important clarification with regards to yesterday's discussion over model salary. In particular, we heard a lot of information from the professional judgment panels about the impact of the model salaries, external cost adjustments, regional cost adjustments, and how that impacts our ability as school districts to attract and retain staff. I wanted to bring up and assure you that the average base model salary is not $62,000. I know that when we talk about the salaries in the school finance system, we talk in a number of different terms. We have the base model salary, we have weighted average model salary, we have actual salaries, and I thought it might be helpful to kind of lay out the figures a little bit more specifically for our school district. For the school year or the fiscal year that we're completing now, we all start from a baseline, a statewide funding model base salary of $40,652. And as you heard staff explain yesterday, then that's further adjusted through regional cost adjustment, education and experience. To give you an idea, to get to kind of an apples to apples comparison, for our district, the regional cost adjustment for ours is an additional $3,302. Our base salary that the model contemplates for a first-year teacher with a bachelor's degree would be $44,502. And that's an apples to apples comparison to what our salary schedule actually provides for that first year teacher, which is $51,750. About a $7,200 discrepancy between those figures. We've adjusted our base to remain competitive. As a matter of fact, in our professional judgment panels, we talked, one of our principals provided some great insight to our recent struggles to hire staff and losing them to the front range. As we've tried to adjust the base, we've seen us lose more and more competitiveness with the front range. That $51,750 for our district this year, just across the border, their beginning wage was $54,329. Next year, it'll be $4,000 more as that school year opens. And so I thought it was important to provide a little bit more context on how that salary figure works for us, and just reaffirm that the base model salary is not $62,000. I'm happy to address any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ciccarelli. Any questions for Mr. Ciccarelli? I have one for you, Mr. Ciccarelli. I've seen some of these salary bands where you pay for experience, and some of them only go up for 20 years experience, and then they stop. And other states go up to 30 years. In your school district, do you have that salary band that goes up for just 20 years of experience, or does it continue on for additional years up to 30?
Mr. Chairman, our salary step adjustments for years of service with the district go up to 28 in our school district, and it'll vary district to district. The value of those steps are going to vary significantly with each district as well. Our district, a step is worth approximately $500 each year as they progress through that step schedule. If we really wanted to get into the weeds of how the calculation works on the model side, it's a little bit different. It's broken into two different bands, less than 20 years to your point earlier, and greater than 20 years. And those values are different. When the funding model allocates out those resources, it's going to take kind of a composite of our staff and what that looks like, but they won't always match what our salary schedule provides. And Mr. Chairman, just to maybe add, the same thing is true when you look at the educational attainment. I think you heard a little bit about this yesterday. Our funding model will adjust for certified or teacher salaries at the master's level and the doctorate. Well, there's a number of columns or shifts in between, bachelor's plus 15 credits in some districts like ours, 30, 45. There's no funding model adjustments for those intermediate steps as well.
Okay, thank you. One further follow-up question. Some school districts are having a hard time finding certified teachers to hire, and so they're finding, I think it's called exceptions, where they're not actually certified yet. Is that happening in your school district?
Mr. Chairman, certainly we have a number of exception authorized staff that are working in different content areas within our district. I apologize, I don't have the numbers right in front of me to give you that count, but we do utilize that as a tool to try to get qualified staff into those positions.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Ciccarelli? Thank you for your testimony.
Good morning, committee. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jeremy Smith. I'm the business manager for Sheridan County School District Number 1, Bighorn and Tongue River, if that helps give you a little geography. I'm about to enter my 28th year in school finance in the state of Wyoming. My children are fifth generation Wyoming kids. I don't know if that says anything about me or them or anything else, but this is our dirt and we don't plan on leaving it anytime soon. They did have to import me from Montana, I think, to add a little genetic code back into the mix in the Bighorn Basin, but
From here to you,
right. So just to make that clear. So, Mr. Chairman, I have just a few comments on this process, and I applaud your efforts in this. This is a giant hairball. Frankly, it's a difficult work. It is more difficult than rocket science, school finance. I'm going to try to synthesize my points in three different main areas. One is the biggest decision you have is really, what do you want a first-year teacher to be paid? Ultimately, the math in the model, which is really good, and I'm not glazing my friend Dr. Pikus over here, but the idea is this model works really well. It's predictable. You can understand the moving pieces and parts. We business manager type folks can kind of predict what can happen given certain conditions that may or may not come true, right? I mean, that predictability and the ability to model what can happen financially to a district over time is critical. So you have to kind of leave it that way. But the biggest decision you have, which will have the greatest impact in any choice or cost or whatever, is how much should a teacher be paid? No one on the planet thinks that the base model salary of $40,652 for this year was appropriate. Nobody, right? And so we don't pay that. So we have to do all kinds of things within the block grant to move stuff around, to leverage this versus this, to get those salaries to some sense of competitiveness, and we're still failing miserably because we're starting with $40,652 for every teacher. So that's untenable. So that's the biggest charge I think this committee has, is deciding what should that be. I don't think it's that difficult. I think you have the data to say, look, we know what an engineer is paid that comes out of school. We know what a nurse is paid when they come out of school. Those are equivalent type occupations in terms of training and education, right? And so look at that. Now, maybe you decide they should be paid 10/12 what an engineer is, right? Because they work 12 months a year, teacher works 10-ish. By the way, you control how many days a teacher works. That's also a part of this statute that you control, right? How many days do kids go to school? How many days do teachers work? If you think teachers should work year-round, you could do that, right? Then you just have to pay for that. That's the other thing. Or if you think they should work 8 months a year, you could do that too. If you think that's appropriate to fund an education system that you want for this state, that we want collectively in this state. But really, all you have to do is pay them 10/12 roughly of what that is. It's 83%. So you have that data, state has that data. Just say, we think that gets us equivalent talent pool in those areas. Because children my daughter, who's going to UW next year to be a teacher, has made a decision that she knows she's going to make less than an engineer. Given her academic ability, she could be an engineer if she chose to. She's going to choose to be a social studies teacher. So in that end, she knows she's going to be paid less because she's working less days, but she can't be paid 7/12 of what an engineer makes. That doesn't make sense. She will choose the 12/12 path. So, I mean, I think that's your big decision point. How much should a teacher be paid? That's it. Everything else is easy compared to that, with the exception of the next question you have to answer. How does the regional cost adjustment work in this state? My friend right here, Jed Ciccarelli, just said he gets $3,000 and something more on top of that $40,000 base. My district does not. We get zero adjustment. But the district that borders us gets 7% more money than we do. Guess what? We shop at the same Walmart. We buy the same cars from the same dealerships. We buy the same houses in our neighborhoods, right? You have to deal with that. That's a problem. That's going to be the giant political hairball of all hairballs for you, and I'm sorry. Other legislatures should have dealt with this over time and did not. So now you have to come up with something that's going to work. And our good friends in Teton County, maybe you do something totally different for them. Like, you don't have to make all the square pegs fit in all the round holes. Like, stop trying to make all 48 go. You have the wealthiest county in the planet in Wyoming, right? Do something else with regional costs for them. I don't care. I just don't want to be hosed by my neighbor next door by 7%. That doesn't feel very good. I don't really care what you give Teton. I can't buy a house in Teton, even if I wanted to, right? Millions of dollars to buy an equivalent home. That's crazy talk, right? So all I'm saying is the RCA has to be dealt with. You can't kick this, kick the can down the road? Please, for the love of God, do not kick the can down the road on this one. You have to do something, because what you're doing now isn't right. Okay, third thing, the lawsuit stuff. You gotta deal with those 6 things. And one of those 6 things is the salaries, right? But we have SROs. They're important components of our community. Now, do I think that the sheriff's office should have hired them and paid for it? Sure, but with what? They don't have that to dedicate staff. They don't have that kind of funding in the county level in Sheridan County. We're not a wealthy county, right? They just can't make that magic happen. So we participate and we pay 83% of their salaries and benefits. They employed by the sheriff's office, and they get the cars and the guns and the training and all that stuff through the sheriff's office, because we use them 10/12 of the year. They use them 2/12 of the year, right? So that's how we've arranged the split. It makes magic happen. It's awesome, but you got to do that. And so we've had to leverage all kinds of stuff in the model, not hire teachers we would have hired, not given raises we would have given, right? In order to fund that contract with the SROs. So you'll have to deal with that. I don't think it's hard. It isn't rocket science. I don't even know if it's really that big a deal on education finance. We'll figure it out. Food is a big, I mean, you have that list, right? You know what it is. So I think you can do it. I think you've hired a good consultant. I think you got to listen to them, and then you got to do what they kind of tell you in that way, right? You'll have to make all the magic happen with the statutory enabling stuff to make all that happen, but you can do it. Last thing you have to really consider, this is me telling you something, pre-K. I realize that pre-K is not covered under the Constitution of the state of Wyoming, but kindergarten is not the same when we all went to kindergarten. They are reading and writing paragraphs by Christmas time. That's what kindergarten is now. That's the level of sophistication and ability that our children in this state are demonstrating every day. And so pre-K is so incredibly important to getting kids ready to do that. Socially, emotionally, physically, like holding pencils, like whatever it is. Pre-K is now a bit more like what we used to think kindergarten was to some extent, but they are able to developmentally appropriately get kids at 3 and 4 years old ready to read and do math in kindergarten. That's incredible to me that they're able to do that, right? All right. I think that's all the questions or statements that I have. I'm sorry, I'm open to any questions you guys have. I think there was a specific question I heard yesterday, what low-hanging fruit stuff, what can we do? Couple things. One is special ed. This is one of those moments where I'm not sure you can do this, but I would want to know the answer. Take the federal special ed money and throw it in the pot that pays for the state special ed. Don't know if you want to do that. Don't know if you can make all that magic happen with the Department of Ed, but that's money we get for special ed too, right? So you can do that. Second thing you can do, contract directly for these slots. We just sent a kid this last year to CBARV in Wilson, $400,000. That's insane, right? That's just a cost that just doesn't even seem feasible, right? To serve a singular student. We had to bear that cost. We're gonna get that reimbursement over an incredibly silly, slow period. I didn't say stupid because I gotta pay money if I say the word stupid, by the way. So that's nonsense. We can't do that. So either the state sort of bear that cost yourselves directly and remove us as the middle person in this weird funnel of money transaction, or allow special ed costs to be reimbursed monthly through the EGMS. I know you won't know what EGMS means, but it's a system the Department of Ed operates where we can get reimbursements on a very timely basis, monthly basis. We do it with all other state grants and all other federal grants. That's how we get them. You could do that very easily. Solves the problems of the 10 sleeps of the world who have to go, holy smokes, how do I fund this, right? So I would highly recommend doing something like that. If you want to know, just send us the bus. Don't let us go out and, there's a bid, we've got to buy the lease, we got to pay the lease fees, we got to do all that. Just send us the bus. There's another one. I don't know if that helps or doesn't help, but it's another option. Because really, we have maximized the efficiency in the block grant because that's what the school board expects for me to do. How do we squeeze every last penny out of the block grant to do all the cool things we need to do for kids? So there's not a lot left in there, but in some of these reimbursement programs, if you kind of take us out of the middle on some of it, or you make the reimbursements more timely, I think there's some money that could be saved there. Last, you may want to think about reinventing your high schools, right? this is going to be, I don't know, I might get stabbed here in a second, but here's the deal. Every other school we operate looks wildly different than the schools we all attended. Elementary school looks nothing like what elementary school looked like for us. Middle schools look like nothing like what they used to look like. Nor do colleges and community colleges. They look wildly different. Our high schools, double-loaded corridors, 6, 7, 8 periods a day, maybe block schedule. You got to take 4 years of this, 3 years of that, 2 years, and you literally have to sit there for 4 years. Maybe you don't have to do that. I know the State Board of Education is working on competency-based education stuff. That's way outside of my wheelhouse. But perhaps if you can reinvent high schools, you can change how the magic happens on the money. I don't know that, but that's something I would want to know the answer to. So, and have summer sessions. We have CTE buildings sitting empty in the summers, but then you'd have to pay for that, right? Like then a teacher isn't working 10/12ths of the year, they're working 12/12ths of the year. So you got some options to reinvent stuff. I don't know that this committee has time or really, because you're only going to meet a couple more times before the session starts, right? I don't know that you have time to reinvent education. I think other people are doing that, but it is something for you to consider. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Speaker Nyman, and then Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Mr. Smith, give me your king for a day reinvented the high school.
Ooh,
I mean, do you see different career paths, or do you see kids leaving sooner? I mean, would love to know your thoughts.
Mr. Smith.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Nyman, I'll speak from experience from my own kids, right? I have 4 children, three boys and a girl. High school for all of them should look very different. My daughter essentially, who just graduated, spent the last 2 years of her education essentially taking college classes, taking some of the required 4-year stuff that they have to sit through in some cases. But so for her, she could have essentially been done with her high school experience as after end of her sophomore year and then moved on to a different experience. In her case, it would have been a community college likely. My oldest son did go to the University of Wyoming, graduated. He's with a law enforcement degree, criminal justice, and so he's kind of pursuing that area of work. I'm not sure a 4-year high school degree for him. Maybe he could have done some sort of career job stuff. And we do that in our district. We have a job coach who sets up internships and work experiences for kids who that's their next point B kind of thing in life. So I guess I would do more of that and just say, I don't know that a kid has to sit through 4 years of X. Just literally sit there. Can they test out of it? Can they do something else? Can they go into the workforce? Can they go to a community college? Can they go directly to the university? What are the other pathways for a kid? I think we lose kids when they realize they just have to sit for another 2 years. There you go. King for the day, change the world.
Representative Kelly. Appreciate
that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of pretty simple questions just to clarify some of the insight you've been giving us. First of all, it's clear, yeah, it's an outdated pay scale. Anyone could look at that, no matter where you stand on the issues right now, that has to be changed. Another issue I've seen that's very valid is creeping class size, larger and larger classes because there aren't enough personnel. And I think that may be tied back to the pay scale. So just first and foremost, you'd mentioned the one thing to do is fix the pay scale. Do you think that in turn would just automatically or heavily address the class size issue as well?
Mr. Smith.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Kelly, I can speak for our district, and the answer is yes.
Follow up?
The other question is, as somebody who's done statistical models, typically what we do when we're trying to run something like an OLS regression is eliminate extreme outliers. Otherwise, a model is shot. And I think it's what you're saying here is that a one-size-fits-all model, we have a clear outlier in Teton County. So to take that in mind, your recommendation would be that Teton County is separate from the model and treated as an outlier rather than trying to work it into that system.
Mr. Smith.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Kelly, my comments are specific in this case to the RCA component of the model. Just that portion of it, yeah.
Okay, specifically to the regional cost adjustment.
Correct, yes.
That blows that model right there. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
All right, any other questions? Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just, I think you hit some really good points, particularly with salaries. There was a point in time when I first started teaching where we were the tops in the nation for, salaries, top 5 anyway, and we've dropped considerably. I have a couple of family members that started out of state teaching in other states, and eventually came back to Wyoming because Wyoming was still, paying pretty well. And now they're both looking at those states they left and going, wow, things have changed. But, obviously they don't, both would say that they're not in it for the money. And so, but I think the thing that teachers want is to be, treated fairly for their levels of education and their experience and that sort of thing. It kind of concerns me that a smaller district maybe we're not being treated fairly with what our regional cost adjustment, how that does work for you versus some of the larger districts. And that's something we probably should put under the microscope, because I hate to see smaller districts, rural districts getting, their teachers poached or not being able to get the talent that they would like because there's a district close by that's able to pay a little more. Are there any other things that we can do, though, for rural schools besides salaries and taking a look at, that you could kind of help us with that might help rural schools?
Mr. Smith?
Mr. Co-Chair, Senator Schuler, thank you for the question. The model, because it has the ability to self-adjust, with the exception of the RCA, every other component of that model adjusts with as reasonably recent data as you can put in it, right? It's that. If the RCA didn't specify the higher of the 2005 hedonic wage index or the current WCLI, so many problems just disappear. They just stop being an issue. Because you have to want to teach in a rural school district, right? I mean, you have to like that lifestyle. I live in a town with no cops and no streetlights, right? 850 people. It's amazing. It's a great place to raise children. But I'm also taking a pay cut to do that, right? I mean, we all recognize those kinds of things. And so that's a good trade. It's a trade I'm willing to make every day. I think if you pay appropriately and you have a regional cost adjustment that corrects itself with recent data on a regular basis, don't know what regular means, but something more than 20-year basis would be great, then I think most of the things you said just disappear.
Thank you.
Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Smith, so our model is the district gets the higher of for the RCA, the district gets the higher of the hedonic wage index or the WCLI, and anyone below 100 gets the average, 100, right? That's correct. So your preference, if you could choose, would it be just the WCLI index by itself? What would your choice for setting the RCA be?
Mr. Smith.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Yin, yeah, certainly the WCLI is one that's calculated by the state itself with, the argument could be, is it pricing a reasonable basket of things, right? I mean, there's, I think, some criticism that it weights housing too heavily or not. I don't really understand totally all of the components of it, but it's a reasonable proxy for the cost differences between town A and town B, right? I think you'd have to make sure, and it's done on a county-wide basis, which kind of makes some sense as well, given that, we tend to the drainages, right? Sheridan County kind of sticks in Sheridan County and Johnson County sticks in Johnson County stuff. But I would definitely advocate for something like the WCLI, whether it's specifically that or not, whether, they can invent a comparative wage index. I don't know. I don't know that adjusts often enough for what we experience. And really, housing is the big driver of cost in our communities. I mean, groceries at Walmart in Laramie are kind of the same price in Sheridan, right? So, you can buy stuff from Amazon in any of those communities that cost you the exact same. So it's really the housing component that drives the price differences between communities. And so if the WCLI does that as well as anything else, why not? It's cheap and easy to use. So.
All right. Any other questions for Mr. Smith? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Please introduce yourself for the
I
audience.
shall. Hi, I'm Kate Mead. I'm from Teton County School District Number 1. I live in Jackson. I've been on the Board of Trustees for 16 years in Teton County. My children, 2 boys, have attended, graduated from Jackson Holes High School, having started out at kindergarten in Jackson, of course. They're the 4th generation of our family to attend the same elementary school. And now I have a rising first grader and a rising kindergartner, grandchildren who are also attending that elementary school. So I almost got him, but not quite. But I'm also a transplant here. I came from Vermont to ski race at the University of Wyoming, and ultimately went to law school there where I met my husband. I have practiced law in Wyoming for over 30 years. I practiced law in Arizona prior to that, in Maricopa County for 8 years. When we looked at our children, little children at the time, attending Arizona schools, we really looked around and were horrified. We lived in the best school district in the state, and we were horrified. Arizona was 48th in the nation at that time in school spending. So we absolutely knew, despite having great careers there, that we had to come back to Wyoming, to where my husband's family had been for generations. So I worked at the Arizona Attorney General's office for 8 years, did all kinds of stuff, public land stuff, Indian gaming, did some work for the NRA, lots of different type of work before we came back to have our little practice in Jackson. I've tried over 30 jury trials in Teton County and all across the state. I've argued and taken 23 cases to the Wyoming Supreme Court. Now, I'm so lucky that I mostly ranch with my husband in Teton and Hot Springs County. We have a place over in Hot Springs where we started the Wyoming Whiskey Distillery. That was the first legal distillery in Wyoming. And what an adventure. From law to ranching to the liquor industry was really quite something. We have employed a lot of people in this state. And I would tell you that most of them are the product of our public schools and great employees. I am such a fan of public schools. I think it was our best thing that our founding fathers of this nation did. And if you look around the world at different places that don't have free public education, they are not the same type of country as we are. So I believe that most of the greatness of our country is based on free public education. Not long ago, Jackson has this program that brings in State Department people, people from different countries, to kind of look at what's going on in the United States. They go from Jackson, they go to LA or New York and see some cities. And I had the opportunity to visit with a woman named Shad Begum, who came from Afghanistan. And at the time, her life was in danger because she had decided to run for a local position in her community. And she was threatened, and she was being awarded a Woman of Courage award in the United States for what she had done. But I was talking to her about education, and she did not believe that free public education was appropriate. She thought that only the elite in Afghanistan should go to school. And really, the rest of them should, do menial labor. That's an example of the difference in our country with free public education. Not to mention that later on, women couldn't get educated, can't get educated at all in Afghanistan. But, our country is so great because of what we've done in education, I believe. And Wyoming, of all the 50 states, the miracle of what we've done in education here, to me, can't be understated. I worked on that Campbell County case. I wrote an amicus brief against what we have now as the funding formula. I'm embarrassed that I did that, but you got to pay the bills. So I've seen the change over these many, many years, and it is fantastic. The word equity gets a lot of bad press these days, But really, it's fairness. All our students, all our kids should be fairly treated in education. And in most states, like we heard about Michigan, and many other states, if you live in a rich county that has a lot of property tax, you have great schools. And right next door to you, 500 feet from your front doorstep, may be the school district line. And if you don't have good property tax, your schools suck, quite frankly. Is that great? No, it's not great in our country. And luckily in Wyoming, we saw the wisdom in trying to do this system, which is complicated. But to me, it's phenomenal that we were able to pull this off. Like Jeremy said, the model works in many, many ways. And having to tweak it periodically, like we do with recalibration, while it's a big job, it's a job we all should be really proud of having to do, because this is really not only a lesson in democracy, how schools can be involved in the legislative process, but also in sort of the honor of our state. We are a great energy state, no doubt. When we started Wyoming Whiskey, it was kind of funny because we thought, wow, wouldn't this be great to have like a product that has Wyoming's name on it that, people here can be really proud of? I'm here to tell you that that first whiskey wasn't that great. So people weren't very proud of it. And we had to backtrack and give people new bottles, wait some time. Everything takes a lot of time. Those of you in agriculture know that. So we really are proud of having a product like that. And we should be similarly so proud of what we've done in Wyoming with education. So proud. In Teton County, yeah, we are an outlier. It's by no fault of our own. Everybody decided they want to live there, right? So we have a lot of people moving in. For us, a ranch family, I'd love it if our land wasn't worth $1 million an acre, We actually might be able to continue to ranch, in the foreseeable future, like a lot of families in Wyoming can, but that's just not the case. And educating kids there would seem to be almost an impossible task just because of the cost of living. But we managed to do it because we have a community that's totally behind the schools. Totally behind the schools. We have a really educated populace. I think education is super important. From kindergarten on up, I would agree on preschool. I know that gives the best bang for your buck. And in our county, some of our differences are not just because we're a wealthy county. Our differences are because, for example, we have 40% of our students are ELL. So they come to us with no English skills at all. For a long time, when I was first on the board, there weren't that many ELL kids as there are now, of course. But people want to live in Jackson. Jackson had a lot of construction jobs, and that brought a lot of our workers in, not to mention the tourism jobs that you spoke about yesterday. We have now Latin-speaking or Spanish-speaking kids. We have Ukrainians. We have Moldovans. We have Vietnamese kids. And over the years, we have educated many tribal Sherpas from Nepal. We have a big climbing community in Jackson, so people were able to help families, Sherpa families, come and get their kids educated in Wyoming. We have cohorts that start, most of our kids start in kindergarten, and they go all through their senior year in high school. Kind of weird, you'd think that there would be more of a transient population, but that's what we see. So we see the same kids all the way through graduation. And we've set our goals really high. Our Success 22 goals were to have 100% kids graduate. We have 94% this year graduated. We also had, our success goal was to have all children reading proficiently by 3rd grade. Now, you've all probably heard over the years that, some of the experts in the field believe that that's really critical to success in life, is by that 3rd grade time. So, we thought, how are we going to do that with kids who are coming into us not speaking any English when they walk in our doors in kindergarten? Well, our Success 22 goal was put off a little bit. We had COVID, and we had 2 years of a difficult time, as we all know. But by 2024, 9 of our 10 elementary schools are proficient or above. We're very proud of that. And the one school that wasn't was only in one category that didn't reach proficiency levels, but all others were. So,
Ms. Mead, do you have some suggestions for the committee that, this is fantastic background.
I know,
but
I know.
There's a lot of
I
people
do
that
have
want to hear.
I do have a suggestion. Beyond what Jeremy talked about is salaries. It's really critical in the RCA. I don't know why we're even talking about the hedonic index anymore. Having somebody to do a long study to great cost to the state, I don't even have any idea why that would be worthwhile anymore. The Wyoming WCLA probably is where we should be. The other thing I want to emphasize to you is mental health. Mental health and the difficulties with mental health are real. And what we have in the model with counselors and mental health people in our schools is not enough. We need more, especially since most communities in Wyoming don't have mental health professionals at all. So maybe the only people you have available are the people in the community. And it's really critical. I do Title 25s. I sit as a judge on involuntary commitments of people who need to go to the state hospital as part of my law job. There are a lot of people in desperate need, not just in our communities, but also in our schools. So I would urge you to work on that model part to give us more mental health professionals in schools. Thanks very much. I'm sorry I blather on. You're very kind to listen to me.
Any questions for Ms. Mead? Thank you very much. Okay, so let's fill the chairs again. How many in the audience here would like to provide public testimony? Just so we can gauge our time a little bit. If you'd raise your hands that you would like to provide testimony. Okay. All right. So let's get started. Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jeff Jones. I am the superintendent at Sheridan School District Number 1, serving the communities of Bighorn and Tongue River. I've prepared a written statement here just to be concise and make sure I don't miss any points that I was hoping to make. Thank you for your service to our great state, and thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today. I want to take this opportunity to address a topic that was brought up yesterday, the issue of mental health counselors. As you are aware, school counselors are funded in the model at the middle and high school levels, but not at the elementary level. This was identified as an area to be corrected in the recent judgment. And also, before I share my support for the inclusion of elementary school counselors in the funding model moving forward, it seems necessary to clarify what is meant by the term mental health counselor. That term was used in testimony yesterday and by the judge in the recent judgment. With all due respect, that title is much too vague and could be very easily misunderstood. A typical path for us who have served as mental health professionals is to get your bachelor's in psychology. In graduate school, your path could lead towards a master's in school counseling to be a school counselor, which was my path, a doctorate in clinical psychology to have your own private practice, or to medical school to be a licensed clinical psychiatrist, maybe serving in an inpatient setting. The point being, they are all mental health counselors to an extent. It's important to understand that in Wyoming, our certified and professional staff, teachers, school counselors, etc., receive a certificate or license from the Professional Teaching Standards Board. On each license are endorsements Endorsements simply state what you're qualified to serve as in a Wyoming public school. And in other words, that endorsement doesn't qualify a school counselor to work in a private practice or to transform their school counseling role into a private practice. That isn't to say school counselors aren't trained to identify very serious mental health conditions. In fact, we are. And when we see a child demonstrating a need for more intensive care, it is our role and responsibility to recommend to the child's parents an appropriate path to care. That might be seeing a psychologist or licensed clinical counselor in a clinical or private practice setting. But Mr. Chairman, all of these professionals, including school counselors, are mental health professionals. The term is too vague, and we're really speaking specifically about school counselors. It is similar when I completed my doctorate. I was trying to describe to my elderly mother how I could be referred to as a doctor. Finally, in a moment of clarity, she said, "Oh, I understand. You're the kind of doctor that doesn't help people." Mr. Chairman, I'll leave you with a true story that's hard to tell, and it might shed some light on the need of an elementary school counselor being included in the model moving forward. After serving as a classroom teacher for several years, I accepted a job as a middle school counselor. In my first week of school, I had a 6th grade girl come to my office with a friend by her side for support. As she tried to speak her first words to me, she stopped. She began to sob uncontrollably. After a minute or two, she gained enough composure to utter the following words to me: "I think I'm pregnant, and it's my dad who's been raping me." In that moment, my training kicked in. I slowed everything down. What was just reported to me, if true, would obviously be a crime. What about Mom? Was she aware? What if she was? What if she wasn't? How might that change my next steps? As a mandatory reporter, I knew my role was to help the child understand that I needed to report this to the authorities. How would she handle that? Meanwhile, I had another child, her friend, right in the middle of an unfolding crisis. It was important to take steps to include her parents to help me reinforce the message that while this little girl was doing the right thing by showing support to her friend, the adults in her life needed to make sure she was not also taking on the weight of this traumatic experience. As it turned out, the father in this story admitted to repeatedly raping his daughter for 2 years and obviously was sent to prison. Mr. Chairman, it should not be lost on any of us that this 6th grade girl who had been repeatedly raped as a 4th and 5th grader came to her middle school counselor within the first week of school. As a 6th grader, whether she might be pregnant or not now became her new reality because of her maturing body. Mr. Chairman, even though elementary school counselors haven't been in the funding model, our district pays to have them at each of our elementaries because it's important. Moving forward, I hope the school counselors will be determined as worthy additions to the Wyoming Public School funding model, and I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Mr. Jones. Representative Barrett, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Jones, thank you for being here and sharing that compelling story. Appreciate that. You had listed the various levels of quote-unquote counselors and mental health counselors. Could you tell us, this committee, at what level can those counselors prescribe psychotropic drugs?
Sure. Mr. Chairman and Representative Bear. So there are some cases, first of all, starting from the people that absolutely can be a psychiatrist. There are some psychologists that are able to, and some licensed clinical counselors who are able to. In no case would a school counselor be able to. However, we have school counselors who might have a master's of social work and have served in private practice. We might have a licensed clinical counselor who served in private practice, who is now serving as a school counselor. So in those situations, while they may have the expertise and the qualifications to have done that in the past, it is critically important to their role as a school counselor to stay in their lane as a school counselor. It would be much like a dentist who is now serving as a dental hygienist. Just because they could or have the qualifications to do something as a dental hygienist that maybe a dentist would be required to do, that's not their role when they're a school counselor.
Follow up, Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for that description. That's helpful. And it appears that you've thought about this concern of these counselors getting out of their lane, just as a former dentist might get out of their lane. Do you have any suggestions, if we go down this path, what this committee could do as far as keeping those personnel in those lanes?
Sure.
Dr. Jones?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Bear, the first thing that I would say, being in a school, now this is my 31st year, never, ever, ever should we let down our guard and make an assumption that the adult who's in charge of the care of the students in our school is never somebody that we wouldn't challenge or just blindly give them the benefit of doubt. I've never done that because, unfortunately, just about the time you do that, you see a story in the news, just like you would see in any other occupation, where somebody's poor judgment or lack of character ends up harming someone. And so I think we always have to have that kind of protection and guard up. With that being said, I also feel like when things happen, we've had some recent situations in our state that made a lot of publicity. It's unfortunate for the rest of us who are doing our best to do it the right way and to never, ever, ever substitute ourselves for the primary character educator of the child, and that's the parent. It's unfortunate that a sweeping brush sometimes gets swept across all of us because of somebody that's made a poor choice. So I guess my answer to that would be, I want us to be as transparent as possible. I want us to be able to be a teammate of those that create the laws. I expect that. But I also want us to understand that if there's a problem that needs to be addressed because of the way an individual counselor handled a situation, that doesn't necessarily equate to a statewide issue.
Any other questions for Dr. Jones? Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Jennifer Hopkins. I'm a mother of 6, grandmother of 3, and I serve as a trustee on District 1, Natrona County School District 1. I'm not speaking on their behalf today. I speak from my own experiences. My kids range from 12 to 26. So I want to start with my first child, and I do have a story. I'm going to keep it really short, I promise. But I want to mention too, is that my experience with schooling is I privately schooled my kids. I've had them in public school, and I'm also a homeschooler. So I have a wide variety of experience here. So when my son, my first son, was in school, he was in second grade. He started chewing his shirt and pulling his hair out. The stress that we put our kids under is extreme. And that's where I'm going to come, my point of view of being a mother, of the stress of school. So we all grew up going to school, and I'm going to pedal back. I'm a little nervous, sorry. So I never knew there was such a thing as anything else besides putting your kids in school. We grow up, we put our kids in school, we have children, we repeat. The problem with that is that we keep adding more and more stuff. So it's a very robotic way of living. Our children developmentally have not changed. So we're hearing that we want to put our kids in preschool and early education and more money being thrown towards that. But there's really no evidence to show that that makes a difference. So 11 years I had my kids in public schooling or formal schooling. 12 years I've been homeschooling. It's a huge difference. My younger children are more relaxed, more open to learning than my older children were. Another situation that is happening is that our culture is changing of how we are schooling our children. I believe that more and more people are leaving the more formal school learning, like our public schools or even our private schools. So in our district, we are one of the largest, and I'm going to guess the number, and I'm going to say I'm pretty close to it. We have probably about 1,000 homeschoolers here. And in the private schools, we probably have about the same. That's not including the charter school. We have lost many, many children here because I think the parents are looking for something different. They want to offer their kids more. So I'm advocating a little bit, not putting more money into the system, that we need to fix the system. We need to fix the problem. We just keep on putting Band-Aids on, and more mental health into our schools. And I think I heard mentioned yesterday that like a community where parents can maybe find a job, or it could look into healthcare and things like that. That's not fixing the system. That's just building it. We just keep on putting the Band-Aid on. So I just wanted to make some key points about that. Going into high school, what I've seen with my children, by the time they're juniors, they're pretty much done. My younger homeschoolers, they've been spinning out of school by the end of their junior year and moving on with their life. And I think we're creating stress at the younger ages by expecting them to write paragraphs, and somehow they're more sophisticated when developmentally they have not changed. And same with, by the time we get to the high school age, our kids, I feel like we're trying to trap them into a 4-year system. They're bored, they're anxious, they need to move on. And so my solution would be to that, we already, in our statutes, we asked that 13 credits. That would be your freshman and your sophomore year. In our district, we're asking our kids for 26.5 credit hours. 10.5 of those are extracurricular. What is that? So what do we fill that with? Well, they can go to the program BOSES and go up to the junior college, and they're getting their associate's degrees. Our CTE programs are lacking. We have the buildings, but we're not supplying everything that, we don't have plumbing, we don't have the electricians. We have the building, but we're not expanding on that. So going back to my solution for like a high school, you have your freshman and your sophomore year, but then we offer the kids, you go to this building, you can do CTE, or you can go over here and go to college. Why are we busing them or letting them go early to go to college when in that junior and senior year, they can just go, let them go. So those are some key issues. I wasn't planning on testifying today. I hope I got my message across. But those are some ideas, and that we, instead of putting a Band-Aid on the system or keep building on this mental health and all of this, that we foster our children growing up and letting them go and let them learn and continue into what their choices are. Trapping them in this family of such. We're trapping them in this high school of family and this identity when their identities are coming from their family, their families. And so I feel like our children are being pulled away from us, our families, and the individual family identity. Then they have to adjust to a 4-year school identity in their high school years. And so once they get out to the real world, there's a lot of letdowns because it's hard out there. So I feel that we're keeping them from adjusting in the real world. So, excuse me. So I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hopkins. I appreciate you being here. I know there's more enjoyable things to do than be in front of a committee testifying, but I appreciate when individuals come forward and spend their time here to help impart some help to this process that we're trying to tackle. So thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Hopkins? Representative Kelly, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to make sure I'm taken away from this correctly, if I'm hearing this correctly, you're seeing some deficits in the public school system right now, and that's evidenced by people wanting to leave it. And the last thing we should be doing then is having the public school system taking on even more responsibilities and trying to do more things until at least we get the things it's supposed to be doing right now correct. Is that what am I hearing that correctly?
Yes, one thing I didn't say is that we need to just stick to the basics and the foundational learning for our students.
All right, any other questions? Representative Yin, please.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Trustee Hopkins, appreciate you being here. So I also just need some clarification. So from my perspective, I heard two suggestions. One, we do more focus on CTE. I wholeheartedly agree with that, I think. But I think it's going to cost money, unfortunately. And two, that we it sounded like you wanted to reduce the number of credit hours required for students, especially in their high school year. Is that correct?
Ms. Hopkins?
Thank you, Chairman. We already have reduced it. Our statutes say that our children only need 13 in their high school years. And to clarify the CTE is that maybe it's time that we charter school that, or it becomes a private entity to better serve our students.
Follow-up?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, so, I actually learned this about Natrona County because I don't know very much about Casper, that you guys have this interesting school setup where you have this one school that's shared among all the other schools because it is the facility that has CTE stuff in it. I don't know if that's something that can be replicable across the other districts, but I'm interested in hearing more about what the model for that specific sort of situation that you guys have that don't necessarily fit other school districts.
Ms. Hopkins?
I don't know if it's truly fitting our district either, because of maybe red tape and well, no, let me pedal that back, not red tape. So money was given to us into the general fund, and not all the money went to the CTE. So it doesn't work, I believe personally, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself, not as a trustee, that it's not working. And so I don't know if our model is something to replicate. And because we have I believe a physical therapy pool that was broken from the beginning and has not worked. And has not been fixed. And there is a television area that's been closed down. So those areas haven't been filled. And right now we have a driver's ed that's invaded the school that shouldn't, my child's in that program, but maybe it's not best suited for pathways because it's a CTE. We have other things that are kind of starting to inch their way in there that shouldn't be there. So looking back, it needs to be reevaluated. It's probably not working, and it probably would have been better served for the community and our kids. So how would that work if our kids are in a 4-year program, but we have a CTE, maybe privately funded, or a charter school scenario? So we need to make those lines in the road about it. This is what we expect. The kids are already compulsory age up to 16. They're done. Now, maybe, there's other options that are more cut and dry. That's why I was talking about this whole cultural idea in the high schools might be something that we need to move away from, because our culture in general has changed outside of schools. Parents are choosing different, the kids are choosing different. Like, going back to, we have 1,000 homeschoolers. That may jump up what the EC and Steamboat voucher program. And, with charter schools and the private schools. And so, yeah, hopefully I explained that better.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Damian Smith. I'm the superintendent in Uintah County School District number 6. That's in Lyman and Bridger Valley. More importantly, I'm a father of 5 kids, 2 in which have graduated from Lyman High School. Today, we all know the issues in front of us, so I just want to give you a preview of how my district faces those to help you in your discussions as you move forward. I thank you for your sacrifices of time from your careers and your families. It's much appreciated from me and our staff. But as we do that, the districts that I compete with are Summit County, Utah, Davis County, Utah, Rich County, Utah. Those are the districts that I compete with to try to recruit teachers. to answer some questions that have happened throughout the past 2 days. Last year, I had 7 teachers in my district on either a consultant specialist permit or a PIC permit, which that means consultant specialist is a 1-year permit that allows someone to teach based on their experience. So we were able to hire a computer/business teacher because she had years in marketing and graphic design. And so we were able to get that consultant specialist permit, which trying to find a business teacher to teach in public education right now is like trying to find a unicorn, as I was used earlier. They can make a lot more money somewhere else, and they should. So with that, just to give you an idea, I text Rich County's high school's principal to send me a screenshot of his salary schedule. He sent that to me this morning. And let me pull it up so I do not share any fibs here. So their starting salary for a teacher is $59,000 in the bachelor's column in a stereotypical salary schedule. At 11 years, that teacher would top out, if they didn't get any more education, at $82,000. The one that concerns me the most as a superintendent is the FAR column. If they get credit hours or a master's degree, that's their FAR column. It tops out at 30 years, and that teacher can make $110,000 in Rich County, which is approximately 35 minutes from me. I can't compete with that. My veteran teachers see that and they leave, and they're my teachers that teach my young teachers. So with that, I mean, Summit County that's Park City, right? So we won't talk about Park City. That's kind of like a Jackson Hole of Wyoming. So I'm not competing with that county. Davis County is very similar to Rich County, the Wasatch Front. So with that, I think that I would be unfair if I didn't talk about teachers are real life heroes. As we talked about, a kid comes into a classroom in kindergarten through 3rd grade, can't read. And for the most part, when they leave, they can read. I mean, that's magic, right? That's magic to bring a kid. And we're not talking, we're taking kids from all different homes, lifestyles, some with broken homes, some living with grandma, some that come to school to eat. We feed a lot of kids that come to school, and that's the food they get. And I'm asking my 1st grade teacher to get that student to a point where they read at the level that's expected. And so that's a peek into our teachers. Our salary schedule, we pay above the model. We do to get teachers. Last year we paid $53,000 base salary. That's what we paid in our school district. And this is my business manager, and he can talk to those numbers. He's my numbers guy. When I need a number, I say, Mitch, what's that number? So we pay above the model. And I still had 7 people that were not certified teachers that I had to hire. I'm going to use this term, and it's unfortunate in the situation we're in, but this year I had to settle for a teacher, I guess is how I would say it. We had several openings, I think 5 openings in my district. In the high school, we couldn't find an English teacher. And basically, we hired an English teacher that was let go by a district in my county after many conversations with the principal and the soup there. I mean, I didn't have a choice, right? And so we hire this teacher. She's young, and I think we can help her become a great teacher. I have a great principal, and I have great mentors in that program. But that was the situation we were in. She is certified. We got a certified applicant. We did. But we settled. And hopefully our job as administrators, we get paid to make great teachers. And hopefully that my principal can make that happen. I believe that he can. Some other things that you've been facing that I just wanted to bring up that we face in our district, school lunch. Just to give you the idea, we have approximately 720 students in our school district. We put just under $200,000 into school lunch out of our general fund to make that happen. Or insurance costs, I won't talk about insurance costs. You guys have been through that enough. Special ed. Special ed's important to me in that 2 years ago, we had 63 kids come into our kindergarten. We have not had that since I've been the superintendent. We do have an early childhood development center in our valley that both school districts, I guess I'd use the word cohort with. Our SPED teachers go there, work with them. Our SPED directors work together. Our administration work together with that facility. So we know approximately how many students are going to come in. We knew from them that we would have 23 of those 63 kids were already going to be on an IEP. That had nothing to do with us coming in. We talked about screens. Representative Kelly talked about screens. That was coming into kindergarten. We knew that many students were already on an IEP. And so we had to hire an additional teacher. We knew the end of June that that was happening. So we had to find an additional kindergarten teacher, which we found one. She had finished her schooling, just hadn't passed the praxis. So we had to put her on a consultant specialist permit and get her through that. With that, mental health. So we are fortunate to have a school psych in our school district. We are very fortunate to have that. We share that school psych with Lincoln One uses our school psych. There's some other school districts that contract with our school psych. We are fortunate to have that. Our CTE program is robust. It is, we have what traditionally call an ag teacher full-time. In order to, we have, I think, 240 students in our high school, and approximately 180 to 185 kids take CTE classes. That includes our ag teacher. She does welding, fab. She has a greenhouse. She has hydroponics. And then my maintenance director, he teaches 2 wood shop classes. We utilize him to do that. He builds cabinets on the side, so we're fortunate to have a wood maker there. So that's how we do that. We have it took us 5 years, but now our computer/business teacher, we have to turn kids away from that class. Her elective classes, not only her required classes, but we couldn't get any students to take yearbook. And this year we had 40 kids sign up for yearbook. We can't fit 40 kids in a classroom. Our class sizes are not big. We have utilized the model to the best of our ability to stay in that model of 25 students or less. We've worked really hard to make that happen. And in our elementary school, sometimes we are over the model because of those classes that come in that are unpredictable. But we've worked really hard there to make that. But yeah, we are CTE kids. My own oldest son, he got 23 college credits. And then he decided not to go to college. He decided to be an electrician, which is awesome. I'm happy for him. He works hard. He's going to take his journeyman's test here in a little while. So our CTE program is awesome. We turn a lot of kids through that program, and we're excited about it. SRO, so we panicked a little bit when it went through with the SRO. So in our district, what this looks like, our chief of police, which we do have in Little Lyman, we have 5 police. I don't know how that works, but we do, policemen in the city. And the chief of police came to me a year ago and asked me to have an SRO. He came from somewhere where they have multiple SROs. He wanted me to pay $100,000 to help them fund that. And I said, there is no way. I'm not even bringing that to my school board. They will not do that. But you can come bring it to my school board. And I let him stand in front of the school board, and it was automatic no. We went to work, him and I together over the last year, and this town got a grant, a growth grant, because of the work that's going on in Kimmer with the nuclear plant, and we got an anticipated growth grant for population. And that grant is going to afford us 4 years to have an SRO and try this. The district had to basically pay for the training for the new police officer to become an SRO, which up to $10,000 a year, we dedicated out of our general ed budget to pay for that, to be ready for an SRO. My first thought was, we don't need an SRO. Like, we don't have those type of issues in our school yet, and hopefully never. But as I talked about it and I've learned more about it, that helps students' mental health. That is a contributor to helping with mental health, SRO. They get to know these kids away from school, and so those stereotypical kids that maybe struggle in a different way than other students know those people by name. And the person that I went into the interviews with the chief of police, we interviewed together for that position. And I believe this guy that we hired is gonna be a rock star for our kids. And so that's just our story in UNA 6 and Lyman and Bridger Valley. Mitch can give you numbers, but before we go to that, I'll take any questions, Chairman.
Any questions for Mr. Superintendent Smith? Any questions? So before we go on, let's see, again, we got to decide whether we're going to push through lunch or whether we need to take a break for lunch. So all those that want to testify, provide public testimony, please raise your hand so we can get an idea. So we've got 4 or 5 yet. So if we limit it to 5 minutes apiece, that'll take us till about 12:30. Committee, do you want to push through lunch or do you want to take a break? Okay.
Mitch, you got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee. I'd be remiss if I didn't take the opportunity to represent UNA County School District Number 6 in Lyman.
Would you introduce yourself, please?
I am Mitch Ravelli. I'm the business manager. You went to 6 Lyman. I appreciate this opportunity to come forward. I appreciate recalibration. I joined the public sector 3 years ago after a career in the private sector. It's been a transition. As an Evanston High School graduate and a graduate of the University of Wyoming, I appreciate what Wyoming Public Schools has done for me and for my family. I'm also a father of 5 with 4 of my kids in school currently. I wanted to bring forward our You Went to 6 Lyman story of the good and the things that we need help with in the model. There are some great things in the model. As Mr. Smith had said, is very predictable. As a business manager, I can go before my board. I can give them predictions about our enrollment, our future enrollment, and how that will affect our funding. I appreciate that I can go to the model. I can use it that way. I would advocate that we continue to use the block grant model. Our salary schedule in Lyman, Wyoming, if we compare to the testimony given before, that the base salary is adjusted to $44,000 with this year's ECA, our base salary in Lyman, Wyoming will be $55,000. If we add in our average weighted salary, which will include our teachers' educational lanes and years of experience, our model salary, we receive $52,000. Our average teacher salary this next year will be $68,000. If we add in our benefits, there's a $20,000 shortfall for every teacher that I have. It is what we face in the model. It's part of recalibration and what we're going through. I wanted to provide those numbers so that you knew for an ADM or enrollment around 700 is what we experience as our shortfall. School nutrition has been talked a lot about. I wanted to provide our numbers. 25% of our school nutrition comes from federal reimbursement. 75% is the burden that our community and our general fund have. 40% coming from parents, 35% we transfer from our general fund. One of the very positive things from this year's legislative session is the increase of the allowable square footage to the routine and major maintenance for this next year. It was increased from the cap of 115% to 135%. We are very grateful for that. With our high school and our elementary school built in the 1980s, we have aging equipment. We have aging air handlers, HVAC systems, boilers, and those things. Our maintenance director has done a phenomenal job of going beyond the expected life for our component systems. Having the increased cap to take care of our actual square footage has allowed us to take care of some systems that we have been limping along for years. We're appreciative of that part of the model and would encourage you to fund 100% of the square footage independent of what the ADM is. We own the buildings and we have to take care of them. If we fund them properly through routine and major maintenance, we will, and we see great things out of that. Our fractional FTE issue comes from our size. We could receive a guidance counselor of 1.3 FTE for our entire district. I don't know that we can really put a guidance counselor in a position of success at 1.3. We wouldn't be able to hire appoint 3 guidance counselor. As we look at how the new model would look and the fractional FTEs, consider how it might affect each district, reach out to your local districts and visit with them. Sometimes having a fractional FTE is helpful. Sometimes you can combine those. Other times, you're left with the choice, do we have a guidance counselor here in the middle school? Or do we share that with the high school? Or do we have an extra one and we have one less teacher? And those are the choices we face in a mid-sized district. I thank you for your time and stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rivali. Any questions? Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just, I don't know if it's more of a question or just kudos to UNT County School District number 6 as well as UNT County School District number 1. All 3 districts, districts in my county do a phenomenal job. And I just think it's amazing how you work with what you've got, work with what we give you, and come out with some amazing things. I'm really excited about your salary schedule because I tell you what, I think that's phenomenal what you're doing. Our public schools, as someone mentioned, I think the Jackson trustee mentioned, are doing wonderful things. And so we appreciate what you do and appreciate all the information that you're giving us so that we have a little bit better data to make some decisions. So keep up the good work. Don't you agree?
Thank you, Senator Schuler. All right, thank you for your testimony.
I'm Mary Schmidt. I'm from Natrona County, and yes, I am a Board of Trustees, but I am not here speaking on behalf of our Board of Trustees. I'm just going to touch on various topics that have been spoken about over the last couple days, so I'm sorry if it sounds a little erratic. We're a district that is not facing the same problems as everybody else. We have declining enrollment, and therefore we are declining our staffing. We have staff that we are doing by attrition right now, hopefully not having to lay them off. So it is not an issue with us as far as not finding enough. We don't offer continuing contracts currently because of our declining enrollment. So any teacher that they get 1-year only contracts, after the 3rd year, they're done. And that is causing a problem because we're losing good teachers, and the continuing contracts, I hate to say it, will protect bad teachers because we can't get them out. It's not as easy of a system. So it is causing issues in our district. Our staff is very upset about that factor, but it is because this past year we lost 600 students, and we don't know what's going to happen this coming year. We're anticipating even, probably a little bit larger of a loss. So that is a problem for our district, not one that I can hear from the rest of the districts is occurring. It seems to be just us. One of the other things is there's a lot of talk about counseling. The judge talked about it. We have money for counseling. We've never been able to fill the number of positions. We sit here in Casper. We have 2 different counseling centers outside of our school district, and we can't contract with them enough. We cannot get enough. So for a judge to just say, hey, you need to hire more counselors, that's not an attainable thing. With having a land grant university, perhaps you as a legislature can demand that they only offer degrees that fill the needs of our community. And then maybe we would get more counselors available to us. So that's an issue. You can't just, from the bench, say you need to hire more people. There's got to be people to hire. Secondly, the federal definitions of certain things. We saw this with Title IX and the attempt to define that and to broaden it that didn't fit our culture here in Wyoming. Another one is CTE. They have redefined it and broadened it. With our Pathways Innovation Center here, we've taken that broadened definition and we offer classes that, in my opinion, do not belong there. Sports medicine is not a certificate degree. It is a degree, a 4-year plus degree. It does not have a lot of job avenues in this state, but yet we offer that in our Pathways Innovation Center. It shouldn't belong there. So yes, we have a great center. We have a great building. It has a lot of potential and opportunity. Are we maximizing it as a district? No, I don't believe we are. And I think we could do a far better situation. And I hope that at your next visit here, that maybe we can all take you on a tour of it so that you can see what's there, what does work, what doesn't work. I don't know that it can be broadly reproduced across the state because it is an expensive center. Secondly, homeschool activities. Representative Yen, you mentioned it. All homeschool kids that participate in activities pay a fee to do that. Across the state, we pay Wyoming High School Athletic Association $107 to participate in sports as a homeschool student. The public schools kids do not pay that. That is paid by the districts. So the homeschool kids pay to play. And as far as their involvement in it, I've got 5 children. All 5 have participated. They were homeschooled and private schooled, and some just homeschooled. And they've participated in sports all the way through middle school and high school. I can't honestly tell you, but I would say that not one time on from swimming to Nordic skiing to cross-country running has there been other homeschool kids. So it's a very small percentage of the athletics that there are homeschool kids participating in it. I don't think it affects any budgetary issues regarding that. So it's a very small impact. Secondly, WSBA, yes, they do generate policies for us. They did it for the parent rights and the gun policy. I wish we wouldn't take them so blatantly, but we do. Our board does. We pretty much vote those in the way they're written. I would prefer us to write our own policies and take our guidance from ourselves who were elected to fill those positions. And one question I would ask, and maybe I will ask, is regarding the insurance factor and the WSBA and their factor. Who is on that joint powers board and how do they get elected? Those are questions that should be answered because that can cause a conflict of interest. And I'll give you an example. I'm on the BOCES board here in Natrona County. We have 4 Casper or Natrona County school trustees on it. We have 4 trustees from Casper College. That's it. It's a 4-4 board. So if and Casper College is the sole recipient of those funds because it goes to them for college courses. Well, if there's a disagreement on budgetary, who's looking out for who? We're going to protect our interests, they're protecting their interests. So, and that's why I bring up the question of the Joint Powers Board. Whose interests are really being protected and who's on that? And that's something you should clarify. Regarding staffing, there's been a lot of talk about salaries and that type of thing. One thing that has not been mentioned is retirement. Teachers retire very early in this state. They can retire in their early 50s through the state retirement fund. How much does that cost? Does that come into the model? That is not the same as every other industry in this state. I don't know of another industry that allows people to retire in their early 50s with a full retirement. And that's a cost to the state. That's a cost to districts. And so that's something that you need to keep in mind too when you are doing recalibration is how does that factor play into this? That is something that is a benefit of the teaching industry, of education industry, that is not the benefit of others. And I will stand for any other questions.
Thank you, Ms. Schmidt. Any questions for Ms. Schmidt? Thank you for your testimony. Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Alex Ayers. I'm the superintendent in Campbell County School District. I've been an administrator in that district for over 25 years, and I appreciate your work on this important topic. I've been involved in school finance in various positions through our district and attended the PJP in Gillette, and I think Dr. Pikus would agree that I got my money's worth a couple weeks ago. So thank you for being in Gillette. But there are some things that I want to share just in terms of perspective about my school district and then perhaps the overall system. So first of all, and it won't surprise you, I would hope that you'll support the block grant funding system. I know sometimes there are frustrations from your end, but it's really important to successful implementation of education in our community. We're a large, efficient district. We're consolidated, one county, one district. We're the 3rd largest in Wyoming with about 8,400 students. Just to give you an example, you're well aware of the ECA that was granted this year. The block grant is important because insurance funding went down. You may not know that. No one's talked about that. There was a decrease in health insurance funding. Out of the $6 million we received for ECA, $1 million went to health insurance. That's 17%. I couldn't follow the ECA going to those respective areas, even if I wanted to. So that's really important. Utilities went down over 6% in the model. That's fine. We use a national index for that. Anybody in this room experiencing that personally or as a business or organization? That's not happening. So we'll continue to pay our utility bills. It's just a loss in revenue to our district. So I view this as your attempt to provide constitutionally acceptable or defendable resources to school districts. And then I think it's up to the local board to determine how to best utilize those resources to serve our students. If you're interested in some stats in Campbell County, our starting wage was $52,500 this year. I made a recommendation and our board approved a starting salary of $56,000. That's a bit of a stretch, and we're expending money well into our reserve, well beyond the 5 of 6 million left over after just the insurance costs or other costs that aren't covered as well. So I'm hopeful that this exercise results in resources that will help our district continue to maintain that. You might be surprised to know that the 3 largest districts, which have 30 to 40% of your students, do not have the 3 best salary schedules, but we do the best that we can. So I'm excited about 56,000. I've contacted many of my colleagues this past week. I think that will pencil me in, or our district in, at 10th, the 10th best starting salary. But there's other things to look at. What do your lanes look like? What do you provide for experience? What do you provide for a year of service? Generally in our district, that's $1,200 for more education. We do about 15 credit increments, as you're well aware of, kind of the general theme. We did increase educational experience to $1,200 as well. And to go from a step of $1,100 for experience to $1,200 in our district was $1 million. And all that money went towards teachers in addition to things we do for other staff. So our teachers are excited about that. We also provided similar resources to our support staff, and we haven't mentioned them at all. And our classified staff are essential to the effective education in our district as well. SROs are a topic. We spend about $400,000 paying for just a portion of the 10 SROs that are in our school district. Our food service is supplemented out of the general fund to the tune of about $750,000 to $1 million each year. It has been difficult to hire staff. The question was asked about exception authorizations. We had 62 this year. 10 years ago, we had 0. It was unheard of. To come to the superintendent and say, hey, we have an opening and we're going to hire someone who's not what I would call typically certified was a big deal in our district. And I'm sad to say it's almost commonplace now. That's not to say these aren't great people with bachelor's degrees, often in a related area. A PTSB board that's very helpful in trying to navigate this teacher shortage, but it is different and it's not where we'd like to be. There's some things that might be overlooked a bit in this process because you have other consultants outside of Dr. Pikus that do some work. One is ECA, Dr. Taylor. Obviously, you're all well aware of the court ruling. The ECA needs to be consistent and yearly as required by law. The regional cost, I agree with Jeremy to some extent. Jeremy from Sheridan 1. When you're at 0, any RCA change is going to be the same or better. So he's going to like that. I'm at 6, and if it drops, I'm not going to like that. We're at 6%. Our district, if you look back to, I think, 2012, we were at 10% additional for our community. We've lost 4 percentage points. So if you want to talk about cuts to a school district, we've lost that since then. But it's important that we're very transparent in the regional cost adjustment. I would ask you to keep an open mind. Districts have been very supportive of each other on this. And in general, we're not looking to make anyone a loser. Teton is obviously an exception. The WCLI works for them. It won't work for most. If you're well aware of Dr. Pikus's work and that of Dr. Taylor, I think you're going to see a comparable wage index that's typical. It's in your information for today, and it makes some sense. It doesn't work for Teton. So an idea of one method may not apply. There are outliers and might think more broadly than that. And please nod at me when I hit my 5 minutes because I know I'll get there. But I'll just share with you that I'll take 30 seconds. Just let me tell you what has been recommended and never implemented for just my district. In 2011, Dr. Taylor said it should went, I'm just talking hedonic now, the WCLI is the one that dropped, 7%. Dr. Godby said we should get 11. Dr. Taylor then came back, said we should get 15% additional. APA in 27 said we should get 17%. And then magically, Dr. Taylor said 5% in 2018, 1 year later. That doesn't make any sense. And some of that work on the RCA grabs 100,000 population. And in some of those studies, they're grabbing Lusk and comparing wages in Niobrara County to Campbell County, and that can't happen. So I'll be watching that closely. One other thing on salaries, just know that from 2010 prior, teachers didn't pay any retirement. It was considered a cost of education. Today, there's 3.68% underfunded. So when you look at that starting teacher wage and look back to 2010, it's pretty close. When you subtract 3.68 for retirement out of that, and you look at the additional health care that employees must pay, it's quite stark. I'm going to leave for another day. I'll come back to you about the proxy of state health insurance for school districts. Dr. Pike has said that's been flat for 4 years. I appreciate that. I think that's a good strategy to retain and recruit state employees, but it's not working for school districts because it's not following actuarially suggested rate increases. It's remaining flat. So I'll talk more about that next time. Thanks, and sorry if I went long.
Thank you, Superintendent. Any questions? Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Ayers, for being here and for participating in the PJP as well. I was going to ask you about the insurance, but since you've promised to come back later, we'll have discussions about that later. So my second question, I'll just get to it and have it be the only question. What has our district been running as far as a surplus at the end of the year? And, you know, we've allowed for this increased percentage of reserves during the time of the ESSER funds. There's been discussion about whether we should continue that or not. Just give me an idea, or the committee an idea, of where this larger district is running as far as surpluses on their annual funding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Bear, I would answer it this way, that typically before the increase to 30% when we were 15%, that was in the low 20-some millions in our district based on our foundation guarantee. Taking special education out now puts that 15% at around 18 million. So prior, we were looking at about 85% of that cap as an ongoing balance in our district to cash flow everything. With the federal funding, we were strategic. We didn't hire a lot of additional positions. We used it for positions that we could cover with that federal funding. Our reserve last year was at about 24 million. We could have, with 30%, would be around 38, 39 million. So when I mentioned that we pushed a little bit on salaries, I expect that reserve to drop back down in all likelihood to about 19 or 20 million. So we're real close to that 15%. I am an advocate for it remaining at 30, and part of that is the reduction in the special ed calculation within the model.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you for being here.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to all of you today. My name is Fred Hollingshead, and I am the director of the Cowboy State Virtual Academy in Sheridan 1. I run one of the state's statewide programs where we can enroll students from across the state. And just wanted to briefly talk about some testimony that I heard yesterday. I think I heard, and maybe I'm wrong, but I think I heard someone recommend that we do something different with the model for virtual education. And I just wanted to share that I would disagree with that. I think the model and what we do in the state of Wyoming for virtual students, frankly, is ideal. I think the fact that through current statute and Chapter 41 rules from WDE, I think we're able to provide and serve a number of different students and their families in a whole bunch of different ways currently. I think the fact that parents and families in Wyoming can already choose, if they want to enroll their students, their children, in national programs. That's one option that they have. They don't have to enroll their students in public education, but they can do a national program if they choose to. Districts currently have the ability to partner with vendors to choose their own vendors right now. So districts get choice, and if they're unhappy with the relationship that they have with a vendor, they can choose to find another vendor if they wanted to. Districts are not required to have virtual programs, so districts have choice on whether or not they even want to do something on the virtual side. The rules provide for different kinds of programs. So a district can choose to just have a in-district virtual program. They can choose to have a regional program, and I think that's defined by their county as well as the bordering counties to that district. Or they can have a statewide program, which is what we have. The CSVA enrolls from across the state. We can choose to just do certain grade bands. If we wanted to have a K-8 program or a 9-12 only program, we can do that. My point is this. There is a ton of flexibility right now, and I don't really see why we'd want to change that, take away some flexibility, move to a different way of doing business like that. That doesn't seem to make sense to me when we're already providing a ton of flexibility for districts and parents. And I know, especially in the last few years, we continue as a state, and I support this, to provide as much opportunity and choice for our families in Wyoming. And I think leaving the model alone does exactly that. It provides a ton of choice. And I will say that, from just the CSBA side, from Sheridan One's point of view, I mean, I think we're very happy with our current vendor, and we wouldn't want to be dictated that we have to do something different. I think, and if we are unhappy, we would just go a different direction. But I think the partnership that we have provides us, through our vendor, a ton of control over our curriculum. In the CSBA, we operate very differently compared to the other programs in the state in a variety of different ways. And so we have a lot of flexibility that we appreciate having, and I wouldn't want to see that changed at all. So I think that's it, really. I just wanted to kind of talk through yesterday's testimony that I heard and provide you a different perspective, and I'm happy to take questions if you have any.
Thank you, Mr. Hollingshead. Speaker Nyman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Mr. Hollingshead, what does it cost to provide education through virtual academy in Wyoming? What are you getting paid? What does it cost? How do you guys factor that?
Yeah, so, by statute, students in Wyoming that attend public education must be enrolled in public schools or in a school. And so just because a kid is taking classes virtually, they're still enrolled in one of our schools. And specifically in Sheridan One, we use Slack Elementary, Tongue River Middle School, and Tongue River High School as our primary enrollments. If we enroll students from our own district, if they live in Sheridan One, the rules provide that we have to enroll students in the schools that they would normally walk the halls in. So if we have a Bighorn High School student that wants to enroll through the CSVA, take classes in the CSVA, that particular individual student would still remain enrolled at Bighorn High School, just taking classes through the CSVA. And because the students are enrolled in our schools, we receive ADM for those students like we would if they were walking brick and mortar hallways. In terms of the cost, how much does it cost to educate that student is, I think, what you're asking. I think the cost is very similar. There's some things that are not directly provided for, like transportation, for example, right? Like, we are not transporting these kids on a school bus like we might other students. But I don't believe we receive funding for transportation, so that is already taken out. It is just the cost of the education from the teachers, the cost of the teachers and the administrative staff and all of our classified staff, like my secretary, for example. The cost of the curriculum and the licensing that we have to use, the cost of the technology, all of those are still the same in terms of whether it's brick and mortar or virtual. So it's very similar.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Oh, Senator McCune, thank you.
He had a question for you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I'm just trying to wrap my head around this. So what I heard you say is you receive funding equivalent to whether they're in Bighorn High School or the virtual academy, minus transportation?
Mr. Hollingshead?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think, and I would have to probably defer to Mr. Smith, our business manager, to help with the nuances of the finances part. But I will say that wherever the student is enrolled, individual schools receive different ADM based on those schools. I think Tongue River High School, for example, a student that's enrolled at TR, we receive as a district a different number for ADM than we would for a student at Bighorn High School. All of the schools receive individual ADMs based on the model, I think. And so for CSVA students, if a student is in any district, they live in any district in the state except ours, but they enroll with us, we would enroll that student at the high school level at Tongue River High School. And so that student, we would receive ADM, the Tongue River High School's ADM for that student. I think we actually, and Jeremy, maybe, I want to say our ADM at Bighorn is higher than it is at TR. And districts can choose, we inform the state what school we're going to use to enroll students in. So we could choose Bighorn High School, for example. We don't. We choose Tongue River High School. And it actually, in terms of the money, it actually costs us some money because we receive less per kid at Tongue River High School than we do at Bighorn High School. So anyway, when it comes to the virtual education students, we receive an ADM for that, but there's parts of that ADM that a Tongue River High School brick and mortar kid, we would receive money for that we don't get on the virtual side. And I use transportation as an example. We don't get money for the transportation part because they're virtual students.
That's really, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's really my question. That ADM encompasses maintenance, lunch, many other things.
Right.
And I guess I'm asking, is that portion of the ADM stripped out because it's a virtual academy? Or do you get some of that also? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to have to think, he's already coming up to save me here. You want to jump in?
So Mr. Chairman, Senator McEwen, good question. This is where I'm going to dip it in my economics background, and if you don't, and please ask a question if you need to. So the number that we get, that you might see, would be an average ADM, average per ADM across the system. But you have to really think about when you add or subtract a kid, it's the marginal revenue or the marginal cost, right? So every kid at Tongue River High School, when we add a kid, we might get $7,800 to that extent. But the average across all kids in our system might be more like 13,000, right? It's because there are fixed costs of operations. To your point, we get so much money per square foot of a building. And so it really doesn't matter as much how many kids walk that hall. So adding one kid or taking one kid away doesn't have the same sort of average cost or average revenue power. So it's really about marginal revenue. And so you can, one of the great things about this model, you can do this kind of stuff. You can say, what happens when I add one kid or when I subtract one kid? And that's the marginal revenue issue. So Mr. Hollingshead's testimony is spot on. The marginal revenue that we get for the additive of one kid is about what it costs us to support that kid virtually.
Thank you for the phone a friend.
Amen to that. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Superintendent Chalk.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Co-Chairman, and Committee. I'm Teresa Chalk, the Superintendent, Lincoln County School District Number 1. And I'm old school, I wrote down my testimony. So I based my testimony off the presentation of yesterday, and the questions from yesterday, and attending the PJP in Rock Springs. My testimony is also based off 31 years in education. 27 of those are at Lincoln County School District Number 1, and 18 of those 27 years are as a superintendent. I participated in recalibration since its inception in 2005.
Teresa, could you pull that mic a little closer, please?
All right, well, you only didn't need to hear my bio anyway. I participated in recalibration since its inception. And the Wyoming funding model is a complicated model. It's not easy to understand. So you guys do have a lot of work cut out for you if you're new to the model. Dr. Pikus, and he says to call him Larry, so Larry stated that many of the components are tied to the base salary in the model. And that being said, the evidence-based model does provide help for struggling students. Larry said a lot of help. There may be allocations for positions in the model, but remember, we follow the legislative model more than we do the evidence-based model. And districts pay higher salaries than the model generates. Therefore, many of the positions in the evidence-based model to help struggling students are not realized because the money's going to pay classroom teachers. Another statement that was made yesterday regarding the number of administrators has risen and number of teachers has declined. That's a false statement, according to Wyoming Department of Education's FTE staffing report. 2019, 2020, before we really got hit with COVID, we had 753 administrators, 7,283 teachers. We moved to 23, 24. We had 777 administrators, up 24, 7,355 teachers, up 72. We go to the 24-25 school year, and we have all stated we can't hire teachers. We've lost one administrator, 776 in the state, but we've lost 43 teachers, 7,311. And I bet if we did some research, we'd find that most districts have unfilled positions to make up that difference. Another statement, are teachers really adverse to the legislature moving to protect their salaries? The current legislature, I'm going to say yes. I fought for 27 years for funding for kids in this state, and it's never been easy. But in Lincoln 1, with the 8.5% ECA, our teachers were excited. Oh, we're going to get an 8.5% raise. No, you're not, because we've been paying above the model for at least 15 years. So, and they're still wanting their money, right? Now, well, here's the deal. If you want what the legislature is going to give you, we're going to change our base salary from $55,500 to $44,108. You can lose $11,392. So do you want the state's money, or do you want what Lincoln 1 has figured out how to pay you? They chose $55,500. I also testify here today on behalf of Wyoming Public Schools. It was stated earlier that 93% of our students are educated in public schools. And teaching today, if it is not the most difficult job in our country, it's darn close. And we need to get the best educators to apply, be hired, and be retained in our schools. And they're not. They're leaving. They're going to Colorado. They're going to Utah. Or they're just leaving because it's, excuse my language, so damn hard. It is hard to teach today. If you've not been in the classroom, please come visit. Our number one thing teachers ask for today is classroom management. You know, Senator Schuler, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, veteran teachers weren't asking for classroom management because they had that figured out. We need the state legislature to respect public education, its institution, and honor the Constitution by ensuring schools provide a complete and uniform system of instruction. Furthermore, to date, the Wyoming Supreme Court has consistently upheld the constitutional mandate, which requires the state to adequately fund public education. Another way of saying that is make sure it's cost-based. At the PJP I attended, I asked Larry, aren't you tired of taking Wyoming's money? You take their money every 5 years for what you give them to be put on a shelf and not implemented. You know what he said? He goes, I'm used to it. And I said, well, this recalibration is $1 million. We need to listen to what your consultants say. And respectively, I ask that you appropriately fund all the components in the model and address the current court judgment this legislative session. I understand you are a committee making a recommendation, which means it starts with you, each one of you, making a strong economic stand for public education in Wyoming. Thank you. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Chalk. Any questions? Speaker Nyman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Superintendent, and this can go to anybody in the room. I've heard the statement, and it's in our Constitution, a complete education. Could you please define for me what a complete education is?
Well, to me, what I believe that our state has said a complete education is that we offer the basket of goods to every one of our students that walk our halls, regardless. I don't remember the state, whether it's in Sundance or they always do Northern, but I'm just going to say whether it's in Sundance or Evanston, those are most corners of the state, that each district has to have the ability to provide that basket of goods to every student that walks our halls, regardless of size.
Follow up?
Thank you for that. Basket of goods, too large, too small.
I think I'm sorry, Chairman Heiner, Representative Nyman. I think that the basket of goods isn't a decision for one person to make. I think it takes a committee. And do I think sometimes we reach out too far? I think we do. I think we add some things that may not need to be there. But that's a personal opinion. We need to have some research behind what every student needs. And I'm not qualified to say what every student needs. I think our basket of goods meets the needs of nearly all of our students, but for every individual student, that's going to change.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please proceed.
Good morning, Chairperson and members of the committee. I'm Lee Zimmer. I am the Curriculum Director at Sheridan County School District Number 1. I have been in education for 27 years, 23 years as a math teacher, and 4 years as a curriculum director. Thank you for this opportunity to speak and to be heard. I wanted to give you a perspective, my perspective of kind of the day in the life of a teacher from what I am directing from my position in the district. The reality of the work is our teachers are doing every single day, and why this matters in the context of paying them a fair and competitive salary. Teaching today goes far beyond delivering lessons. Our educators are not only working directly with students, they're unpacking the state standards to understand the depth and rigor that kids are expected to know and be able to do. They're writing and refining assessments that truly measure learning, not just completing a lesson. They're planning and delivering targeted interventions to make sure that every student has the opportunity to succeed. That includes additional training, and I'm going to say the additional training that we do in our district, especially with our K-5 teachers, letters, EBLI training, Orton Gillingham, those are all just some examples of training that teachers are doing during their time off. They're also learning how to navigate emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence and figuring out how this fits or doesn't fit into their classroom, helping them plan lessons, look at evidence-based instruction and student work. And they're doing all of this in real time without a pause to the rest of their responsibilities. And perhaps most importantly, they're building relationships. They create meaningful connections with students that truly change lives. A trusted teacher can be the reason a student keeps showing up, starts believing in themselves, or decides to pursue their goals. And yet we continue to ask them to do all of this within a 10-month contract, while they are in reality squeezing 12 months worth of work into those 10 months. Lesson planning, grading, professional development, communication with families, curriculum work, and preparation for the next year all continue long after the last day of school. If we're serious about student outcomes, teacher retention, and the future of public education, we must be serious about compensating teachers fairly for the scope of what they do. They're not just instructors, they're curriculum developers, assessment designers, interventionists, technology integrators, and mentors. Supporting teachers means investing in student success, and I truly believe that's why we're here. It means recognizing the full value of their work and paying them accordingly. Thank you for your time. I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Zimmer. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Boyd Brown, I'm the Executive Director for the Wyoming Association of School Administrators. I want to thank you for the opportunity to come and talk to you, and I want to thank you for the work that you do. I'll give you a little history on myself. I'm a proud Natrona County graduate. I graduated from Midwest High School, and I was third in my class. So felt good about that. I have 4 degrees from the University of Wyoming. I'm very proud of that as well. I have been involved with school funding since this model began. Dr. Alan Auden was on my dissertation team when I gave my dissertation. Dr. Pikus shared with you yesterday that I was part of the author for the current funding model in the legislative model. The evidence-based is a per pupil allocation, At that time, I was in Campbell County, felt like it did not give the opportunity, being from a small school, that those students would have the same opportunities as our large schools. We worked on a sliding scale to allow that to happen. We can do it in Wyoming. We do a pretty darn good job. We've lost some purchasing power because we haven't put the external cost adjustments on the funding model. But as Jeremy said, it's not totally broke. We just have to do what we need to do. There are some things that we need. I think Senator McCown asked about lunch being funded for virtual schools. We don't get funding for lunches other than federal money. I know that that's something that the courts have talked about doing that we might need to work at as we go forward. Again, I would remind you that this is a funding model. It's not a spending model. Spending is taken care of at that district level, and it's different in differing places. I've been the superintendent in Campbell County. I've been the superintendent in Laramie 1, Cheyenne, and I've been the interim superintendent in Sheridan 3 and Claremont. So I've been the superintendent in the largest and the smallest school districts in the state. And I can tell you that it's imperative that you allow districts to have that opportunity to bring this to them as a block grant so they can use it as they need. The other thing that I would tell you is that you should be very proud, extremely proud of the education system that we have in Wyoming. And you've given more choice in the last few years. But we are ranked 5th in the nation on the NAEP assessment, which is the national assessment. We're the only state west of the Mississippi that's rated that high. All of our students take the ACT assessment. I believe there are 8 states out there that require every student to do that. Last year, Wyoming scored the highest on the ACT assessments in the nation for the schools, for the states that make everybody take that. So we should be proud of that. Again, it's not totally broken. We have some tweaks to make on it. There are some things. Things have changed. Let's work on those. The one thing that I would tell you, I am a huge proponent of career technical education. Every board that I worked with was, every school district that I've worked in is, but it's very difficult as a secondary school to be able to offer every opportunity. And in every one of those districts, we tried to do the best that we could. In Cheyenne, in the largest school district in the state, we couldn't offer everything that every student wanted and every businessman wanted out there. We tried to do our best. It was probably a little bit easier in Claremont because I would work with online and different things like that. In every district that I've worked in, we've worked with community colleges to try to get those kids the skills that they need to move on. So I think we're trying to do the best that we can out there. We can't be all things to all people. And I think you've talked about that a little bit. You guys can't be all things to all people either. We have locally elected school boards that are trying to do the best that we can. Let's not use a shotgun to fix a problem that can be taken care of with a BB gun. So that's what I would leave you with. I can tell you that when I left Campbell County School District to move on to Cheyenne, we would receive up to 100 to 120 applications for elementary positions up there. I know that they're struggling to get that many at this point. I know that there are positions that go without being filled all year long. So again, I think we have to get back up to where we're very competitive with the salary schedules as we move forward. And with that, I'm going to be quiet because I'm probably past my 5 minutes and I'll answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Any questions for Mr. Brown? Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman. Chase Christensen, Superintendent, Sheridan County 3, and I'll be very fast. I just wanted to celebrate the fact that you heard your consultants tell you yesterday that our state does a tremendous job of collecting data. And you have all of that data at your behest at this point to help guide a great decision with regard to what to do with our funding model throughout the entire recalibration process. To that point, I would encourage you strongly to access on your website the Wyoming Funding Model version 3D, which spells out exactly how everything in our model is determined. Specifically on that, there's a tab called Model Data Inputs. And you can scroll to the bottom And it goes through the base salaries that are provided. And it's been talked a lot today about the base salaries for teachers. And that's a very, very important point to determine. But just for quick information, there's a position there, supervisory aide, that the base salary contemplated in the model is $18,168. That's an employee in our state that we're expecting to provide great service to our school, provide great service to our students, educate our students, and then go home and feed a family on $18,168. So just be very mindful of what that model spells out for each of those positions. You have great data, which is going to provide you the opportunity to not make decisions on rhetoric and hyperbole. We heard such with regard to our retirement plan. Our pension plan, Model 2, allows our teachers at this point, if they start a career at age 22, they will be able to work for 34 years without interruption and retire at the age of 56. That's according to the rule of 90 that pension plan uses. Again, information readily accessible to you on our state websites. Just encourage you, make sure that we're utilizing the information available to you. LSO does a tremendous job of providing it. We've provided great data from all of our districts across the state. Last point I wanted to make, and one of the only ones that I really disagree with from today, there's this idea of contemplating how much a teacher should be paid. And it can be, right now I think the model calculates that at 75% of a comparable wage. We can talk about if it's 10/12 or 75% or something of that nature. The average teacher across the country, and I would say in Wyoming, that's an even higher number because our teachers so often are in charge of more than one prep, where in much larger schools across the country, oftentimes teachers do have one prep. But the average teacher works 53 to 54 hours a week. In my district, teachers work 41 weeks. If you calculate that out, it's nearly 2,200 hours a year. If you work a 40-hour job for 52 weeks, that's 2,080 hours. Our teachers work as many hours and as hard as any position in the state, and they should be paid as such. With that, I'll stand for questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Superintendent Christensen. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other public comments? Going once, going twice. Okay, with that, we'll close public comment. Committee, any discussion or directives that we would like to have at this time? Any discussion, committee? Seeing none, we will adjourn until September 4th and 5th. We'll be back here in Casper to continue on. Thank you, everyone, for your attendance. I know some of you traveled a great distance.
Mr. Chairman, technically, if you're going to move into executive session, you need to make a motion.
Okay.
And then have that voted on, and then you'll have to make a motion to come out of executive session just to notify the public.
Thank you very much. Is there any motion for an executive session? So moved?
Second.
Second? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And we'll try to keep this as short as possible. So we will now move into executive session, and appreciate everyone from being here. Travel safe. Happy trails.